Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 899, Hong Shengcheng's Troubles. The story goes back to 3 days ago. Hong Shengcheng received a call from the Korean company when he returned to the hotel after attending the cocktail party. The boy band Beast that they launched last year had an accident, and it was a scandal. 3 people in the team had a fight while drinking. The incident was not initiated by them, but as a star, it was a very helpless reason. Now the 3 people have been taken to the police station, and the agent has gone to find a way to solve it. The most important thing is to hope that the representative director can go back to preside over this matter. The company is already a little panicked. The people in the planning department and the public relations department are trying to suppress the matter, even though they are victims. However, the fight was too intense and the opponents were beaten badly. Now 2 of the 3 opponents have been sent to the hospital for treatment, and the other one has a skin abrasion and was taken directly to the police station with them. If this were a more famous star, they could still sue and play pitiful, and it would not cause too much impact. But they are just a group of idols who debuted for a few months. If this matter gets out, it will be a big scandal and a serious blow to their image. Without thinking twice, Hong Shengcheng used his connections to ask the police to suppress the incident and not let the media know. In the best case scenario, the victims didn't know that the 3 men were celebrities. He should be thankful that the boys had just debuted and were not too famous. Although Jay Chou's matter was important, the company was his capital. If this matter was not handled well, it would definitely affect the company's image. The company also invested a lot of resources in this boy band and had planned a route for them for several years. A lot of money had been spent, including album production and song purchases. If the band broke up halfway, it would be a huge loss and unacceptable. The company was affected, and it would be impossible to raise funds. He knew from the beginning that it was difficult to get the hot money from American capitalists. Profits were the key to impressing them. Once you were no longer valuable, he believed that Jay Chou would take back what he had said without hesitation. That day, he could only apologize to Jay Chou, and he said it over the phone at the airport. Because he had been calling the company on the way, he only had time to call Jay Chou when he got to the airport. Fortunately, he called in the United States. If he had called back in Korea, the other party would probably not even listen and would have told him to get out. The big shot gave you a chance, but you stood him up. Tell him to give you another chance next time when you are free, okay? Just tell him to the dispensable trainee that I think you can debut and join the group now. The trainee told him, "Representative Director, I have something to do now. Can you tell me this in a few days when I have time?" According to his thinking, he would definitely tell him to get out and play a trick on him. He didn't sit well until he got on the plane. He was thinking about the company's affairs all the way, and he had to think about how to explain this to Jay Chou. It was not until the plane landed that he put Jay Chou's affairs aside and focused on dealing with the things at hand. 3 days later, in the office of Hong Sheng at the Cube headquarters, he still looked like a dignified and elegant man, but the fatigue in his eyes was still clearly visible. "How is it going?" The voice was tired and hoarse. The person being asked was the head of the public relations department. His face was not very good either. Not only was the representative busy these days, he was also very busy. His voice was very hoarse. "The other party already knows where we came from. They said that if we don't compensate for the losses, they will definitely not settle privately. Assholes, they are trying to blackmail us." Hong Shengcheng slammed the table in anger. The compensation conditions have changed 3 times in 3 days. Do they think we are easy to bully? Hong Shengcheng looked at another person. "Lawyer Jin, do you have any good ideas for this matter?" Lawyer Jin looked ordinary, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, gray hair and professional temperament. It can be seen that he is a powerful guy. "Representative Hong, if we go to court, we will definitely win, but you don't agree with this. Settling privately is the best solution." He thought for a while and then said, "Also, if you can convince them, then the matter will be easy to solve." Hong Shengcheng knew what the lawyer meant by persuasion, but as an entertainment company, he was not like the man surnamed Bei who started out in the underworld. There are many people who are paying attention to him. If you can avoid doing such things, it is better not to do them. Lawyer Jin, there is no need to mention this matter. At this stage, as an entertainment company, there are too many people paying attention to it. Everyone knows my interpersonal relationships. I believe that, as long as something goes wrong, I, as the representative director, will probably have to step down, Hong Shengcheng said. When Lawyer Jin heard him say this, he knew his attitude. I'm sorry, I said something wrong. Hong Shengcheng patted his old friend's shoulder and comforted him. We have been friends for almost 10 years. I know you are doing this for my own good. It's just that there are some things that the company can't do, at least not now. Director Zheng, you go and discuss the conditions with those 3 people. We can't accept such an exaggerated compensation, and the board of directors will not accept such conditions. Director Zheng felt helpless, but he still responded nicely. I will try my best. Go. Hong Shengcheng waved his hand a little tiredly. Representative? Lawyer Jin said. I need to call. Hong Shengcheng waved his hand decisively and said, no, I'm not in that kind of predicament yet. Although Cube is a small company now, we will definitely develop into a new giant company. How can I not survive this little setback? You go out first. I'll be alone. Yes, then I'll go out first. Lawyer Jin bowed and walked out. When Lawyer Jin got to the door, he saw the other members of the boy band Beast, who were already looking at this side worriedly not far away. The head of the artist management department of Cube Company was persuading these children. He could only sigh. It seemed that his old friend would have to spend money to avoid disaster this time. The lawsuit could not be filed, even if there were cameras recording it. The other party also insisted that it was the boy band who provoked first and threatened to expose it to the media. Your representative is in a bad mood now, so don't talk here. Take the children back quickly. What are you doing here? Lawyer Jin is the company's legal advisor and a friend of the representative director. He also has a special status in Cube. The head of the department immediately bowed in response. Hong Shengcheng in the office looked around and took off his disguise. There was no need to hide the fatigue on his face. This matter could be big or small. Beats was a boy band that he had worked hard to build after he founded the company. He didn't want to abandon any of them. He didn't want them to sue and destroy their image. The boys were in their rising period and couldn't waste any more time. The renewal of the Korean entertainment industry was like metabolism, very fast and rapid. If someone was gone, there would still be many people willing to take over. Damn it. He hammered the table in anger. He didn't use other methods to solve the problem this time, because several people had some background. At least they were not as easy to fool as ordinary people. They had the ability to stir up trouble. Even if it was just a small spark, there would be many people willing to add fuel to the fire and make the matter bigger. He had done this kind of thing before, and the routines were nothing more than those few. When he founded the new company, he was prepared for this aspect. He just didn't expect that this incident would come so suddenly. He also called the people who helped him do dirty things before, and the other party said that this matter was difficult to handle. Several people are from a small village. People of this kind are more united, and it is easy to cause trouble. After hearing what they said, he knew that it was not difficult to handle the matter, but it was nothing more than a problem of price. Everything can be solved with money, but nothing can be solved without money. The cost of the problem was too high, and he didn't want to pay. In addition, the impact was great, and the police station might conduct a strict investigation, which would easily implicate him. The latter was the key, so this was not a good solution. Hong Shengcheng sat in the office thinking about how to solve it, and he was still sitting there for an hour. However, there were already a lot of things written on the desk, all of which were scribbled and revised, and none of them were complete. AIZ. Li Shuan called Park Jung-si, the eldest brother of the Park brothers, in the office, and told him about the matter. He first collected information to see if it could be solved. If it could be solved, he would contact Hong Shengcheng. Soon Park Jung-si replied that the matter was easy to handle. With this answer, it was simple. Li Shuan called Zhou Jixi and got confirmation from the other side. He planned to contact Hong Shengcheng. When he collected information by phone, he also got it, but he didn't call. Hello, is this Representative Hong Shengcheng? Hong Shengcheng had no intention of answering the strange number on his phone. He had been busy recently, but because of the busy schedule, he thought that he might have forgotten the phone number of an important person, so he immediately answered the phone. The fact really made him very happy. Yes, I'm Hong Shengcheng. May I ask who you are? Who I am is not very important now. You just need to know that I'm Jess's friend. Hong Shengcheng's heart moved, and he tried to ask, Mr. Jess Zhou. Yes, Li Shuang said simply. Hello. I'm sorry about what happened to Mr. Zhou the day before yesterday. Hong Shengcheng thought that it was Zhao Jix's men who wanted to talk to him about something, so he immediately apologized for that incident. If you want to apologize, you should go to him. I'm just his friend. Sorry, I lost my temper. Hong Shengcheng apologized. Recently. Okay, I'm just telling you one thing according to his request. He still has a good impression of Cube. He is very interested in your financing plan. I helped him collect your information recently and happen to know some things. You are in some trouble. That's just. Li Shuang interrupted his explanation rudely. Okay, don't rush to say anything. Ash. Hong Shengcheng cursed, but only in his heart. Jess just asked me to tell you that he will help you solve this small matter. You'd better give him a plan as soon as possible. After Li Shuang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Hong Shengcheng was a little dazed holding the phone with only a beep sound. Chapter 900, Simple Violence. Park Junxi, who received Li Shuang's call, already knew what he was going to do this time. The information had been collected. For them, it was not a big deal, especially now that they were no longer the simple people they used to be. With the successful and lucrative investment in Greenland, they had more capital. Now that they were rich, his younger brother was doing very well in Greenland company, and he could feel at ease. He also had an explanation for his mother. In the past, they brothers could not enjoy great resources in the family, so they had to fight for themselves. With the relationship with his mother, they also had a gang identity, and they also formed their own team, with many people under them. Now they have more money, open 2 more nightclubs, and have a lot more people under them. His mother was a woman born in a fishing village in Busan. She was not a very noble person, but she was the mother who raised them. The brothers in the family were actually members of the Busan gang in Seoul, and the 2 brothers were also one of them. Fortunately, the uncles took care of them, and they were in a good position at the beginning, and there was no record of them in the police station. They had done several things, but they were never discovered. It's enough to make money secretly. Reputation is not too important, especially for this kind of organization. It's better not to be too famous. Otherwise, it's impossible to make friends with the 2 brothers Li Shuang. Even if they knew their previous occupations, they still continued to get along as friends. That's why they have the rewards now. Friends help each other, especially to solve such small things with favors. It's a typical small investment with big returns. He was in a good mood. He picked up the phone and called his subordinates in the nightclub, asking him to organize some people and do something. Soon a few people came in. Compared with the clerks in his office, these people didn't look like good people, even those wearing suits and leather. They took another passage and elevator. These people were rarely seen in the company, which made it easier for him to live a clean life. When he saw people coming in, he signaled his subordinates to pick up the brown paper. The information is all in it. You can do the job. Don't kill anyone, and use threats as the main method. We are all people of status now, so be careful to be more polite. I know, big brother. The big man replied. The little guy was looking at the information, touching it and answered. Okay, go do it. Be quick. The little guy smiled a little cruelly. Don't worry, big brother, it will be done tonight. A few people from a small place will disappear in Seoul and no one will know. I told you that you are a gentleman, don't you understand? Sorry big brother. Putting away his smile, the little guy immediately apologized seriously. Park Junxi waved his hand and said, okay, go do it. After the work is done, it's just right to go to Jeju Island for vacation. I have reserved a few houses for you there. Just go there and sign your names. Big brother is now successful and will not treat you badly. The faces of several leaders who came in immediately smiled with surprise, looked at each other, and said in unison, "Thank you, big brother. You have followed us brothers for many years, and this is what you deserve. But you should be more polite when living there. If anyone dares to harass the neighbors, I will beat him to death, if I find out." Then Park Jung-si signaled several people to go out. The big guy still had some doubts when he got outside. Big brother is very serious. It seems that he is not joking. Ash, that is the house that big brother developed with others. If you make trouble there, will he still sell the house? Your brain is really not smart enough. The man next to the short man said. Oh, I said. So that's how it is. Big brother is big brother, and he is so powerful now. This kid has been lying in the hospital for too long. The other people who knew laughed. Okay, it's time to do something. The short man said, the information that big brother gave me was collected by me. Specifically, those guys from Hongchun, 2 are lying in the hospital, and the other one also lay in the hospital yesterday on an excuse. Then let's go teach them a lesson, he said, clenching his fists and starting to make clicking sounds. Idiot, it said in the information that you shouldn't use these 3 as a target. This troublesome cube is an entertainment company. It should be low-key and not exposed. The short man said. How can we make them behave if we don't teach them a lesson? Idiot, they have an organization. If we can't take them as a punishment, we can take their organization as a punishment. Give them a lesson, and then go to the hospital to have a good talk with the 3 people. Another person said. Yes. The short man nodded and said, let's go. After we take people to teach them a lesson, it's my turn. I'm in a hurry to go to Jeju Island for vacation. By the way, I'll think about how to decorate my house there. At this point, the other 3 people also got excited, but one of them had to stay on duty because he couldn't leave all the people. He had no choice but to do it. It's a small debt collection company near Myeongdong, Seoul. The whole company has just a dozen core employees, and there are some small hooligans who follow them to make a living. Usually, the business in the few blocks around Zhang is not very good, but the men who work here can also get a good salary, at least not worse than ordinary office workers. The president's cousin got into a fight with someone and was hospitalized 2 days ago. That kid is famous for being able to deal with things in his hometown. I didn't expect that they would dare to cause trouble in Seoul. The president was worried about getting in trouble, but he didn't expect that the other party was good at fighting and was actually a star. The president's mind changed a little, especially after he learned that his economic company was still a small company, which had only been established for more than a year. Then things could be run well, and maybe he could make a fortune. Things turned out to be almost the same as he expected. Sitting in the company, he was in a good mood at this time. This time it was blackmail. He expected that the other party would have no way to deal with him, so he could only compromise with him. Entertainment company, if this small entertainment company is not honest, we will make trouble immediately, which will be enough to make them drink a pot. Compared with the loss of the group artist, the compensation for us is not a big deal at all. This time it is really a big deal. The gods are blessing us. Yes, big brother, our good luck is coming. Ask for a sum of money. Big brother, we can't ask for less. He swallowed what he was about to say, because many men in black clothes with baseball bats came in from outside, and one of them was a big guy who came in and kicked a table away and took a photo and looked at it in public. Yes, it's them. Fuck. The president hurriedly said, is there any misunderstanding? No, don't do it. The big guy didn't pay attention to this and said directly, big brother said, teach them a lesson first, and then we can have a good talk. Chapter 901 Solving the Trouble. 3 people were chatting leisurely in the hospital. The patients beside the emergency beds were already a little troubled. The doctor had warned them several times, but they were still like this. Every time they wanted to get angry, they were blocked by a man who either dealt with the doctor or the patient. Anyway, they would spend money to solve the problem. Hey, you from the entertainment company, you are very dedicated. Your president looks very rich. Why is he so stingy with the compensation we asked for? The man's voice was sloppy, his hairstyle was average, but there were some patterns tattooed on his neck, and with that temperament, he didn't look like a serious person. Yes, quickly ask your president. to come and see us. It's a small company, and you've been dragging your feet for so many days. Don't you know that our wages are also expensive? He looked at another person and said, brother, do you want to ask for a loss of wages? Yeah, that makes sense. The tattooed man nodded and said, then looked at the man. Hey, I'm talking to you. Look here, kid. The Cube public relations section chief almost wanted to scold back and teach this guy who didn't understand the seniority a lesson. However, according to the president's order, he could only say cowardly, you say, add a loss of wages to the compensation, 50 million for each of us. The tattooed man said frivolously, okay, I'll record it and report it to the president. The man said meekly, the shame must be washed away, but not at this time. By the way, I have to teach the fighting kids a lesson when I go back. Brother, do you think he looks like a docile fat pig? It's really funny. Haha. The younger brother who was not seriously injured laughed arrogantly. Hey, fatty, he said you looked like a piglet. I think so, but make your nostrils bigger, maybe you'll look more like one. The head of the PR department has already clenched his fists. If he didn't have a family to support, if he didn't co-found Cube with the president and representative director Han Shengcheng, he would be a veteran and have a lot of feelings and interests for the company. He would definitely teach these guys a lesson now. The three people looked at the docile fat pig with amusement, expecting him to explode and wondering how long he could tolerate it. This is the third person to be fooled. He is really a very funny guy. When the money comes down, maybe I can go back to Han Shanchuan's hometown to enjoy myself for a while. Hey, Fatty is talking about you. Look here. Several patients nearby knew that there must be something going on. The guy who bribed them with money was actually insulted by the person he helped. There must be something going on here. By the way, pity this man. These young people are really uneducated. Haha. It was still an arrogant laugh. The little guy under Park Junxi came to the hospital according to the address. He didn't bring anyone with him, but he brought a girl with him. He was holding a fruit basket in his hand, looking like he was visiting a patient. He knew that the guys were in that bed without asking the front desk. He walked directly to that bed. The guys had been moved to the side. There was a wall and a window on the left, but there was a patient on the right. The little guy saw the three guys as soon as he came in. It's really eye-catching. Oppa, who are we going to visit? The girl next to him asked, with a very careful attitude. She couldn't help but be careful with this man. She had seen the terrifying appearance of this man in front of her. He broke someone's hand with a wave of his hand, and the bones were broken and bloody. She was just a girl who worked part-time in a nightclub. This time, the manager asked her to go to visit the patient together and promised her 3 days of paid vacation, so she came. Don't ask too much, don't say too much, just smile warmly later. The little guy said with a smile. But this smile did not bring warmth to the girl. Let's go, the little man shouted, before she could say anything. The three people were still talking about something, and they saw a man carrying a fruit basket to see them. They were very surprised, because they didn't know this person. There was no such person on the big brother's side. Who are you? The tattooed man asked. The man from the Cube company next to him also looked at this person with a strange look on his face. He was not one of them. The little man put down the fruit basket, took out an apple from it, and then took out a fruit knife, and sat on the bed to peel it. It doesn't matter who I am. I just came to see you, and let you know who these people are. What do you mean? The tattooed man and several other people have already noticed that the atmosphere is not right. This man is very dangerous. The little man didn't say anything, but peeled the fruit smoothly and handed it to the tattooed man. Eat an apple first. Safety is the most important thing. The gentle smile exudes a cold smell. Hey, brat, I'm asking you a question, said the tattooed man. The girl who followed was startled. Sorry, we came to visit late. We are so sorry. Then she bowed and apologized to the people who looked over. I'm so sorry to bother you. What was this girl doing? Did they know her? She even asked them to apologize. I remember the last time someone talked to me like this, I sewed him up directly. I had to sew about 18 stitches. He laughed and said, don't worry. We used animal intestines. The suturing effect is very good and there will be no infection. Ah. Speak softly. You guys don't look funny at all. The little guy shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll show you something fun first." He took out a mobile phone and operated it under the eyes of several people. Then a muted picture appeared in front of several people. Using mobile data to make a video call. The price is really expensive, but your big brother should compensate me. After several people looked at the situation in the video, their faces were pale, cold sweat began to appear on their backs, and their legs and hands were numb and weak. They were flustered and seemed to have difficulty breathing. The PR manager of the cube also took a sneak peek, but he swore that he would never want to take a second look. The small screen of the mobile phone contained too many evil things. More than a dozen men had been stripped naked, 5 of them were kneeling on the ground, and 5 were hanging in the air. There were also 2 dogs. One had been shaved completely, and the other had only its head on the side. The others were probably in the pot. There was one woman who was luckier and still had her underwear on, but her face was swollen. In addition to not wearing clothes, these people all had blue and red wounds on their bodies, and there were many cracks that were bleeding, and some dried blood stains on their bodies. At this time, more than a dozen people were looking at the direction of the video, with snot and tears, and one was praying for something, but the 3 men could not hear any sound at all. The silent extinction deepened their fear and the deterrence of the picture. The little guy didn't put away his phone, and continued playing it while saying, "I heard that this is called hanging. My brother's friend said it's a good game. We think it's fun. By the way, if you want to say something, you better speak softly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that there won't be more people in the team. They have told us their home addresses. TSK. I guess some of them are on their way." The tattooed man's pale face and weak hands and feet seemed to have strength all of a sudden. He ignored his arm that was still receiving an 4th drip, and his arm was swollen veins, and grabbed the little guy's arm, saying viciously but softly, "What do you want to do? What do you want? I will do whatever I can. Don't go to my family." The little guy put away his phone and put it in his pocket, then patted his arm and fixed the needle that had fallen out. "And there are family members you care about. That looks good, mom, sister." Looking at the tattooed man who was already a little jealous, the little guy didn't care at all. Because he cared, he knew that this person would restrain himself. You can think of it as a joke. Be good. Don't get too excited. It's not good. The 2 little brothers who were already scared, the little guy also went to comfort them, and he also warmly comforted them, and peeled apples in his hands, intending to give them to eat. "My big brother hopes that you can be smarter and use your brains to think about how to do the best. What do you think?" After a silence, the apples were already peeled and handed to the 2 people. "Have you thought of it?" Seeing that they were still silent after the question, the little guy knew that the effect had been achieved, and it was not bad. "Then I'll tell you, you'd better stay inside for a while, and it's best not to go to Seoul again in the future." This time, it was just a conflict with 3 strangers. As for who they were, you can't see clearly and don't remember. The 3 people nodded stupidly. "After you go in, your big brother will visit you. He also helped to tidy up, looking like a friend." Nothing can be seen in the silent surveillance video. "Okay, take good care of your wounds." As he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned back to the tattooed man and said, "You don't need to sew your lips, but I hope your face can swell up so it will look better. Haha, someone will stare at you." What a lovely group of guys. He stood up and said to them, "Then I'll leave first." Just then he met a nurse and a doctor who came over. The little man quickly bowed and said, "Please take good care of my friends. They are so unlucky. As long as they are quiet, it will be better for the wound." The doctor looked at the polite man and woman with sympathy, looked at the 3 people with disgust, and said leisurely, "They are still children of the coordination. They really caused trouble for you. I will teach them a lesson. Please, doctor, in the future." The little man said. The girl followed him inexplicably, and followed him inexplicably. She didn't see the contents of the phone just now. It was so strange all the way, but the result was good. After the fat man saw the people leave, he also walked out leisurely. The 3 people didn't dare to say a word at this time. With fear and panic in his eyes, the uninjured guy seemed to have thought of something. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. He waited for a long time, only to receive a greeting from the customer service officer. Chapter 902, all confirmed. The fat section chief walked out and watched a man and a woman leave. He didn't say hello, nor did he dare to say hello. He didn't know who they were, but he was sure that they were not called by the president, because the president had already warned them not to use violence. He just didn't expect that this group of people would be more violent, and they were not targeting the 3 people. The call came in quickly. Hong Shengcheng still valued the call from the section chief, who was watching several people in the hospital. Is there anything the section chief Jin? Hong, someone just came to the hospital, and it seems that the matter may have been resolved, but I don't know if there will be any sequelae. I want to report to you, the fat section chief said carefully. The phone was silent for a while, and Hong Shengcheng said, I'll send someone to watch over. When the person arrives, you will come back to the company. Okay. Section Chief Jin turned around and went to the emergency room. It was very lively there at this time. 2 people were pale, and the doctor and nurse were treating another person. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what the man said when he left. He was really a scary man. He couldn't help but admire the tattooed man. At least he still had so many concerns and was thinking about his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hit his face with a metal plate when the man said a word. After the man was bandaged, the person who came to take over arrived. After he said a few words, he ignored the man who was a little prepared. He probably heard about the 3 men. He was still afraid and worried, but he didn't want to tell him what happened just now. First, he had to keep it secret, and second, he could see this guy make a fool of himself. It was not so easy for him to get through this day. Why should you, a junior, enjoy the benefits? Section Chief Jin went back to the company, and the man stayed. The 3 people in the middle were afraid, and he was also afraid. He also made a lot of jokes. However, compared with the gangsters, the company's white-collar workers were still capable of observing words and expressions. The little guy later looked like a fox pretending to be powerful, and he admired the section chief senior just now. Hong Shengcheng's office in the Cube headquarters building. After Section Chief Jin finished reporting the matter standing on the side, he waited for the president to speak. Have you seen the contents of the phone? Hong Shengcheng said in a deep voice. Yes, I did. The images are too horrible. You don't know that when I said it just now, I was a little more polite. The faces of several people and the whip marks. Section Chief Jin saw Hong Shengcheng's deep eyes and suddenly thought of something. It felt like he had hit the horse's leg, and his voice gradually became much quieter. I'm really sorry, President. I think it may be that I'm too busy recently, and I don't sleep well. I just said all the contents of my dream. I'm really sorry. I have to see a psychiatrist. I have been hallucinating recently. I'm really sorry for my rudeness just now. Hong Shengcheng looked tolerant and nodded. It's all because of the company's improper arrangement. Section Chief Jin has worked hard. You can go to the doctor without worry. The company will reimburse the medical expenses. Remember to take medicine regularly. Let's go and see a doctor now. Thank you for your concern, President. I'll go now. After seeing Hong Shengcheng wave his hand, the man went out. He decisively went to the psychiatric department of the hospital for treatment and asked the doctor to prescribe medicine. Finally, he gave the hospital bill to the financial department for reimbursement and kept it as a record. He did not dare to throw away the medicine. He threw it away once a day and took the medicine on time. Smart people do things in a simple way. They just follow Hong Shengcheng to the end. Then he can't catch the boss's handle. With this medical history, even if he wants to expose what the company has done in this period, I believe those lawyers who are paid can also win the lawsuit. Hong Shengcheng is very satisfied with this man who came here with him from Jip and will arrange benefits for him in the future. This is also something everyone knows. These are all things in the future. Now Hong Shengcheng is considering Zhou Jixi. This Chinese American still has a lot of influence in South Korea. Although he knew these when he was gathering with a group of Asians, he didn't expect that he also had tentacles in the black field. The United States has always played a high-end role in South Korea, and its troops have withdrawn and returned home in the past 2 years. But whether it is economic or cultural, it has influenced all aspects in South Korea. People generally yearn for life in the United States and are eager to get an American passport. The turtles are even more arrogant, as if they are superior to others, and he is no exception. He has also made a decision about introducing Zhou funds. He immediately began to send him the company's information, and also made some explanations and plans on the equity structure and the degree of financing that can be expected. Even if he wants to be a major shareholder, Hong Shengcheng can accept it. Compared with others, Zhou may be more suitable for the company he has established. He only has more than 30% of the company's shares. Now the enemy is aggressive in plans to expand the equity advantage in a new round of financing to weaken their side. This does not allow him to find outsiders. Zhou, who is far away in the United States, received a call from Li Xuan and knew that the matter was resolved. Hong Shengcheng also sent him the plan, which seemed to have helped him a lot. For Zhou, it was too simple to solve the problem with just a phone call. In this, he also expressed his sincerity, or the idea of winning over a group of people, starting from small things, so that many people can feel his sincerity. In short, he thinks this is a good thing. Asians must be appeased. This is a voice in the Chinese Federation, and it is also his intention. In the Chinatown renovation project, Asians cannot get as many benefits as Chinese. Zhou and other Chinese personnel subsidize Chinese, especially those who join Chinese organizations such as the Federation or the Federation's mutual aid associations. They all move with good preferential policies. Of course, it is not nominally used to say subsidies, which would not look good for everyone. It can only be said to be union welfare. In the planning of new communities and new commercial areas, the geographical positions occupied by Chinese are mostly good, and there are many other things, allocations, and there are many twists and turns. After all, it is called Chinatown, a place where Chinese are the main body, so of course Chinese must get more preferential treatment. Hong Shengcheng has little to do with Chinatown, but Zhou did this just to find a high-sounding reason among many reasons to make himself feel better. Look, I still have a good impression of you Koreans. I have helped you a lot without asking for money. We are not profit-seeking people. This is very important. We are also promoting mutual assistance and fighting for the deserved interests and rights of Asian ethnic groups in the United States. The wish is beautiful and the thought is great. We even take out a part of the small money we earn in the middle to set up a charity fund to help more people. Zhou called Alina on the farm. This woman is really good at work. This has left a deep impression on Zhou and the investment operation of the Chinese market. Relying on investment websites and other projects, Zhou's cinemas have been greatly expanded. In the south, there is basically one in each city, and 2 or 3 in first-tier cities. They are just waiting for the cinema license to be issued, and then they will join others to form their own cinema company. Only then can we strive for more benefits. Otherwise, after deducting the share of the cinema chain company, Zhou will at least get less than 10% of the share, which is quite uneconomical. Now, if you want to distribute movies, you must negotiate directly with the distribution company. If you show movies in the cinema chain, you will earn a lot less. But the distribution company may not negotiate with you. 1 or 2 companies cannot release many movies. How can such a small amount be enough in the market this year? Moreover, the selection is much lower. The most important thing is that it has not been established for a long time. The network has not been accumulated. Even if the cinema is the dominant party, there will still be differences if the distribution work is not unified. Zhou is still good. There are many screens, which makes many people tempted. In addition, the price is low. The main hope is to maintain the cost-effective operation, not to make more money. Anyway, the cinema is rising and appreciating every year. Part of the building of the cinema was bought, and this building is also appreciating, so it will not lose much. Boss, is there anything? Elena's voice was a little lazy. He also heard the muttering of a man next to him, and his face couldn't help but sunbathe. He thought he was a bad guy doing good. On this sunny day, doing some activities is indeed good for your physical and mental health. There are some things, but I don't know if it's convenient for you now. Zhou said. It's not convenient, but I've ruined the atmosphere for you. As she said that, she stood up and put on her pajamas, and the man beside her went to the bathroom to take a shower depressed. I'm really sorry, next time I will try to send you a text message first. No, next time I will mute myself. If there is an emergency, you can call the emergency number. Elena said, a little unhappy. She didn't enjoy it very well just now. Now she picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip first to eliminate a little loneliness after emptiness. Women who live to middle age have become a little indifferent to this aspect of enjoyment. Especially for a workaholic like her. Even if it is much better now than before, work is more attractive to her than doing exercise. Okay, I agree with this. Zhou Jixi seemed to raise his hand and said, "What's the matter?" Elena asked directly to the point. "Send a team to South Korea to investigate the entertainment company Cube. I want to invest in them." Zhou Jixi said. "Cube? I haven't heard of this company. We have already done a survey of several Korean entertainment companies when you were interested in investing in SM. This company is probably a small company. I will check the information they have collected. Don't hang up the phone. Okay, I promise, I will listen to you," Zhou Jixi said teasingly in a serious tone. "It's enough to have a little bit," Elena said helplessly. "I have to work for you during my short vacation for 2 days. Jess, you should give me a raise," Elena said, and she had already opened her laptop to check the original information. Chapter 903, Prank. "I'll consider this. After all, it's only the first year, man. You need to wait a little longer. This year, I promise to give you a gift that will satisfy you. It will definitely not be less than $200,000 Americans." Oh, Elena is not an American, but it doesn't matter. Most people in the capital empire are the same. They can support you by waving money. Unless this guy thinks it's like dirt, then Zhou Jixi doesn't know what to do. Oh, it should be a good idea to change a subordinate and continue to wave the money stick. Elena obviously doesn't have that realm, and her spirit and energy suddenly came up a lot. "Thank you, boss. Remember your promise. I will write this down in the memo." The information has come out, and she is still looking at it carefully. "Of course, if I forget, you can buy it yourself. Remember this," Zhou Jixi said easily. "I'll give you some information. This Cube company was founded by Hang Seung-sung, the former representative director of JIP. They brought in a lot of investment. Now that a girl group has succeeded, they are quite popular. At least Sidashik is quite optimistic about them. According to the information sent to me by their current representative director and president Hang Seung-sung himself, the 3 major shareholders are the producers and composers in Ubes, and the company's executives, who hold 10%. Among them, Hang Seung-sung himself and others can have absolute control of the company. As for now, Sidashik wants to further control his company. Universal is a centrist. I guess they were introduced mainly for distribution. They have a very strong global distribution capability. I know this. I have to say that Hang Seung-sung is quite far-sighted," Zhou Jixi said. "Boss, you know so much. Why don't you send the information directly to me?" Elena said. I always feel like I'm preaching to you, but now I'm telling you something, and I suddenly feel pretty good," Zhou Jixi said with a laugh, but this was indeed the truth. "Do you feel like I'm very professional and stylish at this moment? It's just a bunch of clichés and self-subjective guesses. How useful do you think these will be to me?" Zhou Jixi was not embarrassed at all despite his ruthless words. "That's why I paid you guys. Okay, the game is over. I'll send you the information. Please help me solve it as soon as possible. I want to go to Korea recently. It just so happens that the cabbages on my farm should be ripe soon. I'll do it as soon as possible." Elena already knew what her boss looked like. "Also, boss, although I'm not in charge of the Chinatown project, I think you should set up a holding company as soon as possible to establish it first. A good assistant should learn from you, Elena. I've already made arrangements for this, so there's no need to worry about anything," Zhou Jixi said lightly. Elena stopped the topic tactfully after hearing what Zhou Jixi said. Although she didn't know what was being traded, it didn't stop her from knowing that the water was very deep. So deep that Zhou Jixi handled a lot of things by himself. When the dust settles, the boss may let them participate more deeply. "Okay, I know." She said that she had almost seen it. "I will send a team to do this immediately. I estimate that we can get the news in 3 days." The main thing is to confirm their asset report and see if our investment is worthwhile. Yeah. Zhao Jixi also nodded. Of course, he couldn't really think that Han Shengcheng said that the company was worth that much now. Businessmen are suspicious of all the prices set by opponents or partners. They believe that the facts and data reports are the right basis for making decisions. How can you buy things without bargaining? Diplomats of countries have to bargain. He is a rich man, and he has to bargain when he should. I have sent you the data. Take a closer look. These are all sent to me by Han Shengcheng himself. I don't understand a lot of things. Please annotate them, and I'll take a look. Okay, boss. Zhao Jixi knew that he was going to hang up the phone. This middle-aged woman was going to start working. Well, thank you for your hard work. I have something else to do. I won't bother you anymore. Okay. After being simple and clear, he hung up the phone. He took the phone and looked at it. Wow, you are really professional. Then he put down the phone and started to do his own things. He raised his head and lay down. After watching the sun with sunglasses for a while, he slowly relaxed for a while. Not long after, the two children slowly walked towards him stealthily. Zhao Jixi was more relaxed in the farm. He was not the kind of person who could not get close to the bed at night and killed people in his sleep with a knife. So he was still asleep when the two children came to him. Until the child took a pen to something on his face, his sensitive skin felt that something was approaching him. He subconsciously wanted to move away, but when he heard the child's voice and the words of a prank, he slowly relaxed again. If drawing a few strokes on his face can make Niu happy, Zhao Jixi doesn't mind the child spending a few more strokes. On the contrary, this kind of prank can make it clear that the child is closer to him. Although she was very close to him before, Zhao Jixi always felt that Niu was afraid of something, and she was a little bit too much with him. He has never been an orphan, so he can't understand many children's experiences. On the contrary, he is most familiar with the things in the big family. That is the mark of his decades of life. There is an itch on the side of his mouth. Zhao Jixi guessed that the child was drawing cat whiskers on him. Fortunately, he didn't draw a turtle. This thing has a bad meaning, but it is easy to draw. It is one of the must-have patterns for pranks. Fortunately, our woman is still pure. He was secretly happy and sighed in his heart. Sister Niu, can we draw a little turtle? Mom likes to draw this on Xianshan's face the most. It's so annoying. The little girl said, and then said, besides, turtles are easy to draw. Just a few strokes can be drawn. It's much more fun than drawing beards. Oh my god, this naughty child. I love her for nothing, and I dare to draw a little turtle for her. It's really. And her mother, the second sister, is really. Can't she teach the child better? The tortoise is so difficult to draw, and I'm almost done. Will it look bad if I add it in? Niu gently objected. It's really our caring little cotton padded jacket. At this moment, Zhao Jixi really wanted to hug his daughter and kiss her twice. This child is indeed his seed. Who knows, let's draw it next time. When the time comes, draw a big one. Sister guarantees that it will be more fun than this one. Niu said affirmatively. Zhao Jixi choked and was speechless. It was indeed his seed, with a follow-up. This time it was his true color. Chapter 904, The Little Finger Monkeys. After the children finished drawing the patterns, Xianshan helped to color them a little, while Niu drew the whole picture. Soon, they left slowly with a smile. They were probably waiting to see him laugh when he woke up. Zhao Jixi was not in a hurry to wipe it off. He had nothing to do, so he went back to sleep. 2 hours passed in a flash. The two children probably forgot about it. He was also woken up by the phone. He answered it casually. It was the housekeeper who had found a place to go for an interview at a certain time. Zhao Jixi was still sleepy and answered casually. He also asked his assistant to remind him. Then he faced the sun and ocean. The warm sunshine and the breeze with a hint of warmth gently caressed him. On the grassland, the green grass swayed twice. None of these woke Zhao Jixi up. The two children probably went to the mushroom forest. He didn't know where the eldest and second sisters were on the farm. Dad was still hunting with his friends, and Mom went to Los Angeles to play. Zhao Jixi in his dream was also thinking about where to go to find more happiness. When he woke up from the dream, he smiled happily. The current reality was the happiness he was looking for. In his previous life, there was no moment when he felt that reality was full of fun for him. What he was looking for in his dream in this life, he had in reality. Perhaps this was another reason for him to be happy. In the pain of people, there is a kind of cannot get, want, but cannot get, close at hand, but far away, deeply tortured by desire. He got up and swam to laps in the swimming pool to get rid of the tiredness and laziness on his body. When he wanted to wipe off the water stains on his face, he suddenly stopped. After swimming to the shore, he took a picture of the screen of his mobile phone. Fortunately, the masterpieces of his daughter and niece did not disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief. This was a happy moment for his daughter. How could he wipe it off casually? At least let them see it first. Take a closer look. The child's painting is not bad. A big panda eyes painted on the face, and there are a few thick cat whiskers on the edge of the mouth, some hairstyles painted on the forehead, and a beard on the chin. It's just that this thing doesn't need much talk. As long as Zhou doesn't shave his beard for 2 days, it will grow a crop by itself. Zhou had such a thick beard and stubble in his previous life. In this life, it may be that his body is full of blood and energy, which also stimulates the secretion of male hormones in his body. The beard has grown a lot, thick, dark and shiny. Sometimes he wants to keep the tough guy beard style in the movie, and he can try it. As long as he pays attention to trimming it normally, it will be fine. This time, the daughter painted it like this, and his chin was a little scratchy, and there were a few hairs on the edge. When it was just in the water, it may have caused some of the paint to spread. It formed a circle around his mouth, and it looked like a mouth. It looked a little cool. It seems that I should try to trim a beard like this next time. It's quite fun. He muttered to himself on the phone. He put a bath towel on his head and walked towards home. When he entered the house, the nanny saw his appearance. He was shocked at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. "Sir, how long have you been like this, like a panda?" Zhou made a small gesture with his pen. "Keep your voice down. I plan to give those 2 little guys a little surprise. They actually used my face as a canvas when I was sleeping." He also laughed. "You can treat it as a discovery now, but just don't say it." The nanny chuckled, but as an American aunt, this smile is not very beautiful. At most it can be regarded as simple. "Okay, sir." She nodded and agreed. Then she thought of something and turned around and said, "You will be a good father." He also chuckled and said, "I hope so too. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will be a good father." Nanny Mariah went to do what she was going to do. Zhou passed by the living room and looked at the tea restaurant, but he didn't see the 2 children. Just now I thought that they probably went to the old lady's place, but I didn't expect that they really went there. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although this thing can bring happiness to the child, it can't stay on his face like this all the time. Zhou whistle animal summon whistle to see who is still at home. Then he saw a few little finger monkeys coming out. They looked at him curiously and expectantly, which probably meant that they wanted to get some food. He looked around and felt it, then reached his hand into his wet, but no longer dripping beach pants. When he took it out, he had a handful of food in his hand. He spread his palms, and these little guys from heaven and earth all had ways to get to him. One of them jumped down from the beam by itself, and the most bizarre thing was that it had a small cloak on its body. Zhou took a look and started cursing. Is this guy going to be a flying squirrel? The one on the ground grabbed his leg hair directly and came up with 2 swishes. But the right leg hair that was grabbed felt a little hot. The depressed Zhou couldn't help but say, "Oh my god, didn't I tell you that you don't wear short clothes, so don't come up from below." He was just teaching this little guy a lesson, and then another one came up from below. "Oh my god, I ran to the wrong place. How dare you run here?" Zhou right hand was free, and he immediately waved to stop the little thumb monkey that was going to the inner road. It was inconvenient to reach in with his left hand, so he could only use his right hand to push the little guy out, and then put it on his right hand. Zhou stared at the little thumb monkey that had never been named. "You almost caught my hair, little brother. Tell me, should I castrate you?" Jijiga. That little brain could only express this. He raised his eyebrows, looking like he understood, but in fact he saw the truth. You said you are a female, so you can't be castrated. Well, after playing with these little guys for a while, the other guys came over, and Liu and Zhou Wukong also came over. These two guys were also dressed in strange costumes, and now they both wore cloaks. They were gold and silver, and I don't know who put a horn on his head, which was also gold and silver. Zhao Jix's forehead was sweating. Is this a gold horn or a silver horn? The two little guys were also very impressive. They jumped from the beam and glided down. They were so light that they even had time to adjust their posture. The flight was still quite good. The most important thing was that there was a little error in the landing point. Fortunately, they fell into his hands. Who did this? He couldn't help but ask curiously. Chijiga. Liu and Zhou Wukong were the same. Well, it's useless to ask. He took some in his right hand and took a good look at the two guys. But they were already a little impatient. The food in his left hand was getting less and less. If he didn't eat it, he really wouldn't be able to eat much. Chigaga, Chiga. Zhou Wukong shouted threateningly at the little finger monkeys eating over there. He looked very funny, with a face like a panda, and he looked really ugly when he laughed. Okay, just watch for a while, you won't be short of food. As he said that, he moved his right hand and sent the little guy over to eat. The little thumb monkeys are so cute while eating. His fans on the internet like these little guys very much. He was having fun, so he carried them to the door where the mobile phone was placed, took a camera, and took pictures of the meeting, and uploaded them to the internet. Tomcat's real-time speed is very fast, and the network image compression technology and clarity are very good. Try to save some traffic to maintain the clarity of the picture while increasing the upload speed. In this regard, Zhao Jixi specifically asked them to do research, and the results are very rich. At least when he plays, he will not encounter annoying problems. Sure enough, after sharing, some people started to like and comment. The speed is quite fast, especially among Zhao Jixi's Tomcat. Fans like them more. Is this Peter Pan? Looking at this outfit, it's so fun. The comments attached below. I think it looks more like Robin Hood. If there is a hat, it will look more like Zoro's head. It should be a princess. Don't you see the little golden crown? It is obviously a female comment. They are so cute. I want to raise these little guys too. My favorite is the one with golden hair. It seems to be called 6 Ears. Yeah, it's a fun name, and the little guy is fun too. There are good comments and of course bad ones. What's so cute about a monkey that looks like a monster? He thinks he is a flying squirrel with a cape. How boring. It really looks like a flying squirrel. Haha. A mouse. It is indeed a mouse. Do you think that, if it has more hair, it is a monkey? What's the difference between a mouse and a monkey? Yes, one is big and the other is small. The people above are so disgusting. What do they think they are doing? Performing a free talk show. This is a not slow netizen. The queue continued to go down. Then what's the difference between them and mice? Then the person who made the bad comments immediately grabbed the chair. Of course not. A bunch of brainless idiots. They don't even know thumb monkeys, but they call them mice. I guess their ancestors may have more mouse blood. A bunch of little characters who can only play mice on the internet. Do you think these words can attract the attention of us girls? Or go back to hold your magazines and masturbate, you idiots. The queue in this row was not so neat. Zhao Jixi just posted some photos and ignored the rest. But when I had time to watch it, I was really stimulated. This bunch of idle and bored guys were really the same as he used to be, and talking didn't cost money. Of course, I said whatever I was happy about. Little flying mouse, brother, this is a little flying monkey. Look how awesome your sister is, brother. I'm going to take a video now, and I can't scare you idiots to death. Thinking of it, he started to implement it. After eating the food in his hand, Zhao Jixi signaled the little guys to hold the beam and try to glide down, and he took his mobile phone to take pictures. Chapter 905, Flying Monkey. Little Wukong stood up, then pushed his back foot hard and went out. Both his hands and feet were covered with cloth connected with loops. When spread out like this, it was really stylish and had a lot of resistance. They couldn't fly, but basic gliding was no problem. In addition, they were small and light, so there was no pressure at all to do these. Zhao Jixi's mobile phone camera kept following them. After little Wukong went down, Lila followed. The nearly 4-meter long beam also gave these little guys enough time to stay in the air. Oh, Lila, you are awesome. I didn't know that you have a flying gene with such a small brain. Biology is really amazing. Wow, it even turned around. Oh my god, man, it's so cool. Bieber would be surprised to see it. He might also think about whether he should try it at the concert. He paused while filming the video. I think he should. Zhou filmed a 30-second video in which a total of 4 little thumb monkeys flew and glided. The other monkeys watched from the side, looking like they were cheering for them. He also gave some shots to these guys. Even if they didn't have any names, they couldn't ignore them. After taking the photos, he looked at them again. The shots were very clear, and the lighting was still good. At least there was no exposed shot, and he could see the little monkeys at home. It looked almost right, so he uploaded it on Tomcat, and then set a time to share it on his Facebook account. Tomcat was still the best at the first time. Twitter is now going downhill. Zhou used his connections to attract many celebrities to open Tomcat accounts. Justin Bieber and others also helped him. Now there are fewer people on Twitter. This also gave Tomcat a sense of the trend. It is more trendy and cooler than Twitter. The number of users and the activity of zombie users have further increased, and Zhou's plan to raise funds for Tomcat at a price of $3 billion has also received more recognition. At least there will be no shortage of people who plan to raise funds. The second batch will be priced at $6 billion, and the next batch will be more than 100 and 300. As long as the financing plan can be achieved, Zhou's final cash out will at least exceed $2 billion. This is even when Tomcat has a dominant share in the company. He was really moved by the fact that he had developed this thing into an instant messaging app. The video is similar to Weishi. Tomcat has its own upload and playback function, and has its own resources and videos. As soon as this video was uploaded, it attracted the attention of many people, especially those who were just discussing the little thumb monkey. When they clicked on the video of the monkey flying, they opened their mouths in surprise. Several little monkeys glided with the things wrapped around them. Those who had just seen the photos of the thumb monkey were really surprised. This thing can really fly. My god. It's unbelievable. Zhou just wanted to show those people who made bad comments and disgust them to death. Flying squirrels are awesome. We are self-taught and awesome. What the hell? Not long after the video was posted, it received a lot of attention. At the beginning, it was forbidden to reprint. Zhou set a timer function and wanted to wait for a while before he planned to allow reprinting. Of course, he could still get his video out without thinking of any way. Justin Bieber was just surfing the internet and looking for something, and he locked onto Zhou. When he saw the cute and playful little thumb monkeys, he couldn't help but want to get one to play with, provided that it was as smart as the ones at his friend's home. Then the second thing Zhou posted came out, which was a video. He clicked on it and was shocked. Fuck, it's so cool. After watching the video, Zhou started to like it and sent his surprise to the other party. It attracted the attention of many of his stupid female fans. The two of them had a coming out scandal and finally sued the newspaper, and the newspaper proved that it was defamation. But when these two handsome guys are together, Bieber looks like a bottom. Fortunately, Zhou is also a man who makes Western girls feel handsome, and they immediately watched it excitedly. It brought new growth points for Zhou's clicks and fans. Then the country queen Taylor also joined in, and after Taylor came in, her fans and friends followed suit. Nikki Hilton and Paris Hilton also often followed Zhou's Tomcat. Such fun things also follow them. Then their group of bad girls came again, and girls like Lindsay also started to come in. The reposting spread out and helped Zhou expand his influence. This group played, and Korean girls also saw this fun thing. One by one, they were fascinated by the little monkeys and shouted that they also wanted to see these monkeys that can fly and glide. Sunny began to repost to her Tomcat, and several of them did the same action. The comments and feelings are attached below, which are very cute. After Zhou paid attention to some people's feelings, he interacted with his friends for a while and did not pay attention to what happened next. Now he just brushes Tomcat more and accumulates fans for himself. Sometimes this matter worries him a lot, just like upgrading or collecting things, always thinking about higher and more. Okay, the little guys go play by their own. Let these guys eat here by themselves. And he waved and walked away. The footsteps of children can be heard outside, and he has to pretend. The people came in quickly, the two children holding hands, followed by the eldest sister. She didn't go out to play, her father was camping. He turned his back to them and pretended to wipe his hair. "You are back." "Yeah." The daughter responded, a little tired, so she pulled Xianshan to sit on the sofa. He took the apple on the coffee table and started to eat it. The eldest sister also sat down. "Why didn't you clean it up outside after swimming?" When he came in just now, he was halfway walking and forgot to answer a phone call. "Where is my master?" The old lady went to the security company and said she went to see that something seemed to be wrong. "Wrong?" Zhao Jixi stopped wiping his hands. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. She didn't say. I guess she will tell you when she comes back in the evening. If you have any questions, call and ask. Isn't it clear?" The eldest sister said. "Oh. Talk to you in the evening." He nodded, but his footsteps had already walked towards the sofa. When the two children saw him coming, they seemed to think that they had forgotten something, and then Zhao Jixi took off the bath towel on his head. The two children were stunned, and then they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Haha, haha. The elder sister was shocked. What was going on with her brother's face? "What's that on your face?" If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 906, Thieves. Chapter 906. My face? What happened to my face? He asked with a curious look on his face, and then looked at the two children. "And you, why are you laughing so happily? Take a look at yourself in the mirror." The eldest sister also had a speechless smile on her face. Zhao Jixi picked up his mobile phone and took a look, and was immediately surprised. "Oh my god, what's going on?" Haha. Xianshan laughed so hard that tears came out. "Uncle, you drew something on your face, like a giant panda." Niunia also laughed for a while, and then suddenly stopped slowly, secretly looking at Zhao Jixi. "Dad, I'm sorry, the thing on your face was drawn by Xianshan and me. I was wondering why I felt an itch on my face when I went to bed just now. It turned out to be you two little guys." Then he pounced over. "Look how I teach you a lesson." Then he started to tickle them. The two children wanted to dodge, but they were not as fast as him, and were immediately surrounded by two arms. "Haha. Daddy is so itchy." "Haha. Uncle." "Haha." Several people laughed and played again. The eldest sister looked at the two father and daughter, and it really felt like home. Her younger brother is also trying hard to be a father. She smiled and shook her head. This kid. After the incident, several people had a sumptuous dinner. Zhao Jixi continued to play games with his daughter. After coaxing the two children to sleep at night, he returned to the room to look at the recent investment statements and data. Knock knock. There was a knock on his door. "Come in." Zhao Jixi stopped and said. Seeing that it was the old lady who pushed the door in, he stood up and greeted master. The old lady waved her arms and said, "I'll come in and sit down and tell you something by the way." Zhao Jixi led her to sit down, poured a glass of water, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Go ahead." She looked at Zhao Jixi seriously and said, "Have you been to your greenhouse and laboratory recently?" "No. I've been staying at home recently. Once I enter the laboratory, I have to stay there for a long time. I don't have to do experiments recently, and I don't have any papers to write, so I haven't been there," he said. "When I went to the greenhouse today, I saw a few footprints over there." The old lady said, a lot more serious. "Our security personnel wear uniform shoes. Everyone has to wear the shoes issued to them when they are on duty. And the pattern on the bottom of everyone's shoes is the same overall, but there are different details. It is used to identify whether they have any flaws. You should know this." "Well, one of the defense measures, I know. He must know this. The old lady is a senior person in Blackwater Company. Among them, she is also very experienced in monitoring security personnel. Shoes are just one of them. The shoe prints that appear over there are obviously not our people. The invited guests will not reach the greenhouse. We have also checked your father and Jerry Brown, and they are not theirs. Zhou Jixi understood. Could it be that there was a thief in this situation? His heart was lifted. I just went to the security company to investigate the employees' route records. They are definitely not our people. The cowboys haven't been there in the past few days, so I suspect that someone else has gone there. The old lady said. Zhou Jixi immediately stood up and said, I'll go to the laboratory to take a look. Well, let's go and take a look. Zhou Jixi went downstairs alone, and then rode Zhu Feng to his greenhouse and underground laboratory. As soon as he entered, he knew that he had indeed been robbed. The door lock had been damaged by the equipment, and he opened it with a light push. After a moment of shock, Zhou Jixi's heart was filled with unspeakable anger. With such tight security, your sister actually attracted thieves. He walked in with hidden anger. Fortunately, the shrunken supercomputer was still there, and it was really fortunate that this one was not stolen. Then he took a look around and found that many small things were not lost. He suddenly understood and looked at the data. Sure enough, many of his research materials were lost. This was a purposeful theft, and it was not necessarily the reason for the visit. This is worth investigating. The coldness on his face became more and more intense. Although a lot of research materials were used to package this laboratory, it was stolen right under his nose. He felt very angry. After inspecting the damage, he walked out of the laboratory. He returned to the glass greenhouse on the ground and walked out. Several security consultants who received the news outside had already rushed over. Boss, it's our fault. Boss. Zhou, Raymond, Martin, Wu Ziwen and others all looked ashamed and angry. Have you found out how they got in? Zhou Jixi said coldly. It was a charity reception held 3 days ago. I guess they sneaked in, or they came in with an invitation. He paused and said, we checked the surveillance. No one else missed coming in. According to the footprints and thermal sensor records, they ran out from that location of the venue. Zhou said. Is there any video recording? Zhou Jixi asked. We are still doing the screening, but we need your authorization to check the inner circle surveillance video. Let's go to the monitoring room. I'll open the authorization. You find someone for me. Find them carefully. No matter how many thieves there are, I will make them pay the price. Yes, boss. Several people said in a deep voice. A group of people rode horses or bicycles to the base. When they arrived at the base, the atmosphere here had changed. It was very serious. There were other things mixed in, but it could be seen that it was a kind of humiliated anger. It seemed that they were also holding back a rage. The security was so strict, but people could still steal things. This was really a shame. After several passwords, several people came to a large room full of surveillance cameras. There were more than 20 people sitting inside, staring at the surveillance screen back and forth. The old lady was actually in there at this time. She also had the right to authorize, and Zhou Jixi also had it, but the inner circle surveillance usually recorded it, and they could only watch it once at the time. It was impossible to watch or copy it in the future. This required Zhou Jixi's authorization. This is also to prevent any scandal. Watching it once is fine, but if it is recorded and someone can retrieve it and then spread it out, it will be Zhou Jixi who will be embarrassed. Zhou Jixi walked to the control console, called up an LCD screen, pressed his hand on it, and then took out a key and inserted it. Then another panel popped out, with the number plate on it. He took out another hand, and pressed the 36-digit password on it. Only then did he open the LCD screen of the computer in front. In fact, there is a fingerprint recognition on this LCD screen. Others don't know this, but Zhou Jixi and the old lady know it. After the LCD screen of the computer in front lit up, the blue sky security shield logo appeared. Then he seemed to be operating, but in fact he was still entering the password, but it was very secretive. Otherwise, there are also ways to get out, but there will be a prompt to send it to the terminal that he and the old lady have, so that they know what operations others are doing. To do authorization, you need to operate inside. There are other ways to get in, but they are scattered in the hands of several people. If they work together, they can also get in. In terms of preventive measures, the old lady arranged very well and steadily, with both security awareness and the use of new technology. Then the people below started to work. Zhou and others stayed in there for more than 10 minutes, and someone found a clue, which was captured by a hidden camera. Sure enough, he ran out of the venue. This was confirmed, and he began to search along the route. Zhou was also depressed for not doing a good job of review that time. The main reason was that he was a little full of himself and invited many strangers, which gave them the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In addition, the security guards did not do their job well, otherwise this kind of thing would not have happened. They need to be reminded of this later. It is not terrible to make mistakes, but the most terrible thing is that they cannot improve. Banks can be robbed. Thinking about it this way, he can still feel a little comfort, but only a little. Not long after, another person came out. Now it is confirmed that there are 3 people. The face of one of them has been confirmed. Then, watching the cameras along the way, one by one, the faces came out. There are 3 people in total, or 3 men. At least there is no beautiful thief who appears in the movie. They didn't look very good. They didn't wear masks, probably because they were afraid of being too conspicuous. Another point was probably that they didn't expect that he would install so many cameras here. After staying in there for an hour, Zhou confirmed the names of these 3 people from the invitation list of the venue. He just didn't know whether they were real names or pseudonyms. These were done by security personnel who had worked as police officers. After taking out the images of these 3 people, Zhou planned to go to San Francisco to call the police and let them use the database to check who these 3 people were. Okay, now that the people have been found, and we know where they leaked in, let's make some improvements quickly. I don't want it to happen again. Zhou looked at them seriously and said, yes. Several security consultants responded. Analyze it. What do you see? Zhou asked. From their behavior and actions, they are a group of professional thieves. If they stole all the information, the probability of them being commercial thieves is very high. But my truffle research information and the hairy grass inside have never appeared on the market, and truffles have not yet been successful. What's the point of them stealing this? Zhou asked. Jess, maybe they are not after truffles, but something else. The old lady said. Several people immediately realized that the fairy watermelon and medicinal fragrance were the 2 most profitable things in Sky Farm, and their actual target was this. And Zhou was the inventor, so he entered his laboratory with the intention of stealing these materials. Zhou became even more furious. These 2 things were his current cash cows, and someone was targeting them and trying to steal them. Fuck, these bastards still want this. I'll let them take it, but not spend it. I'm not done with this. Chapter 907, Butler. Zhou did not make a big deal about the theft at the farm. Instead, he used his connections to report the case to the police station in a low-key manner to see if he could find out the real information of the 3 people. That way, he could deal with it properly. Obviously, this matter would take time, and he knew that he couldn't rush it. To be honest, the information was not too important. It was just randomly placed there for show. The important data was stored in the computer database in the space. How could it be left outside for people to steal? For this, he was also thankful for his safety awareness. He had already thought about it. The disguised information in the laboratory had to be poisoned with some poison powder on it. It was not the kind that would kill people, but at least it would make people live a life worse than death. Yes, it would be worse than death. It seems that he has to check the information to see if there is a similar toxin. After making up his mind, he was still depressed about why he didn't do it last time. It was a pity, and finally he could only accept the fact that he was unlucky. Zhou had already made several plans to deal with the 3 people who made him unlucky. Even if they went to prison, they would have to pick up soap every day. Damn, it was his fault. He didn't make much noise about this matter, and his family didn't know about it. It's just that the security company has become more strict. They have filled in many loopholes that were overlooked, and they also bought several sets of security equipment from France, which cost more than 3 million. This time, I don't feel bad about spending the money. It's all fake. 3 million. 3 million. If you can't kill those bastards, this money will be spent. Now Blue Sky Shield is also contacting the International Information Trafficking Company and offering a large reward to these 3 people. They want them to find this person. These rats living in the dark can only be found by people who are in the same sewer. In addition, trafficking this kind of information also requires action. There should be voices in the international community, and they will be found sooner or later. Zhou Jixi didn't care about this matter after that. After all, he is not a professional, so he just let Blue Sky Shield do it. The housekeeper at the headhunting company has been found. Now all he needs is for Zhou Jixi to interview and see which one is suitable. His assistant Mariah has already made an appointment. After calling to remind him, Zhou Jixi plans to go to Los Angeles. To be honest, the name Mariah is really common. There are already 3 children in the family, including a fat girl and a beautiful girl. This name is really widely used. Sister, if mom and dad come back, tell them that I'm going out for a day or 2. I won't call them now, so they won't ask any more questions. Zhou Jixi told his eldest sister when he left. Okay, they don't know how much fun they are having now. You've only been away for a few days, and they may not feel much when you come back, the eldest sister said with a smile. The second sister lay down in a shapeless manner and said, go. Remember to bring back some delicious food. There is a very famous dessert shop in Los Angeles. Remember to bring a few. Are you sober from the wine? You're still crooked, and you don't know how to sit properly, Zhou Jixi said. Go away, I just drank a little. I didn't expect that they were so drunk in the United States. I'm still a little dizzy. The second sister was sent back drunk, and it was probably because she drank again when she left. I have to ask my brother-in-law to come out and take care of you. You are so free now. He started to talk again. You have no style. You are still a mother and a wife. Well, not long after, the 2 older women and the 2 younger women urged them to leave quickly. Zhou Jixi had no choice but to wave goodbye and leave. The snagging is not good, but sometimes it is more uncomfortable to hold it in, especially when the second sister looks heartless, just like him, a typical person who deserves to be talked about. Los Angeles Sky City Western restaurant this time, 3 housekeepers need to be interviewed. According to his requirements, they were selected by the headhunting company. Their qualifications and resumes are very good, and each of them has been praised by their former employers. 2 of them had to leave their home due to the economic reasons of their former employers. One of them left after the old employer died, and his daughter didn't need him, so he came out. There is not much difference in age among the 3 people. The youngest is already in his 50s, and the oldest is about 60. In the photo, each of them was wearing a neat suit, with almost no wrinkles around them. Their hair was neatly combed, and they were wearing a pair of white gloves. They looked serious and rigorous, but with a hint of smile. Zhou Jixi couldn't help but sigh. They really looked like good butlers, and this appearance was worth a lot of money. The 3 people were 2 British and 1 French. They all knew a little bit of Chinese and Chinese culture, which was also the condition for selecting people when they were looking for people. The main reason for this was that their former employers or former employers all had some interest in Chinese culture or collected a lot of Chinese cultural relics and needed the butler to have knowledge in this area. The employers of the 3 people all worked in the United States, and most of them were affected by the financial crisis. Now they have been able to survive for more than a year and really can't make it. That's why they reappeared in the free market. Another point is that Zhou Jixi doesn't like butlers who change jobs frequently. The employers these 3 people have served are basically 2 or 3, and they have been working for a long time. In his own Western restaurant, he interviewed 3 people, among whom he had a good impression of the French butler, and also had a good impression of the British butler. One of them is humorous and romantic, while the other is rigorous and full of the style of a British aristocratic butler. This also made Zhou Jixi a little entangled, not knowing which one to choose. In the end, he chose Cudman, a French-American butler who had served the Spanish royal family and served an American financier for the 2nd time. This butler with French romance is more in line with his sultry personality. In addition, this butler in his 50s also has many skills, such as cooking multiple national dishes, including southern Chinese dishes, gardening, planting, interior decoration, outdoor decoration, cultural relics, philosophy, jewelry, clothing matching, planting and animal husbandry, basic firearms, flying, multiple aircraft flying and driving, etc. Zhou Jixi also chose him because he saw that this butler skill tree was much richer than others, and he also knew more Chinese culture. It feels that he is more suitable for his family, and he has many skills and feels that the cost performance is high. Even if many of them are not used, it is hard to guarantee when they will be used, and if he suddenly wants to do something, this knowledgeable butler can also give that advice. After paying a considerable annual salary, Jay Chow signed an employment contract with Cudman. The butler needed to pack his bags, and it would take about a day or two to go to the farm. Jay Chow was not in a hurry, as he just happened to be in Los Angeles for a day or two. Chapter 908. Let's have a party together. Jay Chow still has some friends in Los Angeles, but it is a good idea to invite friends to have a party. But it feels like something is missing, so he doesn't want to do it for the time being. Nikki Hilton and Paris Hilton, who live near Los Angeles, have a close relationship with him. Among them, this cheap sister-in-law may want to have an affair with him. It is worth considering whether to go to their place to play. Paris's reputation is not very good. It is typical that getting involved with her is not worth the loss. If the media takes pictures, Jay Chow may become a laughing stock of the media after this woman cheats with another man in a few days. Forget it. It's better to avoid this woman. Jay Chow drank a glass of red wine and thought that he didn't know how many servings of food he had eaten in his own Western restaurant. The waiters in the restaurant came and went, and they must make sure that there was food on his table. This was also his request. The beef from my own house and the chef's cooking are really delicious, especially the chef here in Los Angeles, who is very experienced in using the spicy seasoning. It will not make your throat uncomfortable, but will only make your taste buds bloom with spicy buds. Add other ingredients and the original combination. It is really a wonderful enjoyment. Thinking while eating is now his unique skill, and it is a kind that keeps on thinking. Suddenly he thought of a good idea. Call Taylor Swift. This woman doesn't know what she is doing. Maybe we can get together and find some friends to play together. Thinking of it, he took out his phone and called the girl, and soon the woman answered the phone. Hello, what's the matter? The voice was very lazy, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Jay Chow frowned. Hey, girl, are you enjoying marijuana alone? Who are you? Taylor was still floating. Jess Chow, man, am I so unworthy of memory? Jay Chow's depressed voice wanted to express the resentment of penetrating the signal. Oh, Jess, I'm sorry. Haha. After laughing twice, she continued, what do you want to see me for? I'm bored right now, so I want to ask you to have some fun. How about we get some friends to have a party? As long as you don't get high. Hahaha. That's a good idea. You're there, man. Let's find a place to have a party. I don't have any inspiration for writing songs, so it's a good time to take a break. Taylor agreed happily. Then Jay Chow said helplessly, then let's book a place quickly. I don't have a house in Los Angeles. Is it convenient for you? Here. Taylor looked through the telescope in the bedroom. There were still a few paparazzi scattered outside. I have someone outside. What do you think? Well, then let's find a club. I have acquaintances here. What do you think? Jay Chow suggested. Taylor Swift thought for a moment and said, wait a minute, I'll make a call. Then she paused and said, don't hang up. Okay. Girl, call quickly. Taylor took out another mobile phone, checked the address book, and dialed a number to go out. Hey, Emma, I'm planning to have a party. Is your house okay? The girl over there was also taking a break at this time, and was still painting her nails. Of course, there's no work today. We can have a good time. Aren't you busy with your movie promotion work? The promotion work for Scandal Project has taken up too much of my time, and now I'm taking time to rest. I have several days. I can play as long as I want. Come on Taylor, I can already smell the smell of madness. Emma Stone said seductively while licking her tongue. The girl who was smoking marijuana also became excited. That's great. Emma, let us play all day. It's crazy. I like this rhythm. It's great. Come on, comrades. I want to have a good night. Of course. After the two sat down and agreed, they hung up the phone. Then Taylor said to Jay Chow, we found a place. We will go there. to set it up later. We need wine and food. The most important thing is that we need friends who can keep secrets and little things that make us happy. The girl said with a little nervousness. Oh, that's great. Don't worry, I will ask a friend to come along. He is also in the entertainment industry, so there should be no problem. After a pause, he continued, as for food and wine, girl, have you forgotten what I do? By the way, you also run fast food and catering. Taylor said. Of course, send me the address, and I'll let the bodyguard send it over first. Zhou said cautiously. After all, employees are not as close as their own bodyguards. It is best for bodyguards to do such things. Good job, buddy. Wait a minute, I'll send it to you. After I hang up the phone. The two chatted about other details for a while, then hung up the phone. Zhou received an address soon, waved his bodyguards to give them the address, and asked them to get some food and wine from Baozi Wang in the Western restaurant, and then go to the supermarket in the dessert shop to buy some things to send together. In short, there must be a lot of food, so if they can't finish it, they can eat it. Then he planned to notify Bieber, the naughty kid, first, and he was still considering whether to ask the Dragon Prince, who he had met several times, to go and play. After thinking about it, forget it. It seems that our friends are all born in the 90s, or people who are about to enter the 90s. He is still a little old for someone born in the 80s. We should eat something younger now. Although we still have some common hobbies, it's just that this thing is a small problem in the United States, but it's a bit big in China. He dared to do that thing in the Great China, and it's right to be unlucky for a while. Plus this is just a careful party. It would be bad if too many people were invited. He didn't think about it anymore, and just hung up the phone to ask the kid if he was here. Man, your thumb monkey is so cute. Oh my god, I've always wanted it, but why are they all idiots? They're not as fun as the ones in your house. Zhao listened to the kid's complaints speechlessly, and he didn't say a word. Brother, can you shut up? I haven't said anything yet. Sorry, I was watching the video just now. No, I should be watching it now. He even knocked on the computer screen with his mobile phone. Are you using Lugia? No, your company's Apple. Bieber was a little puzzled. Oh, if you want to smash it next time, I personally recommend you to use Lugia. That thing is very resistant to smashing. Zhao said. Does it matter? No, I just want to say that you. In a few words, the kid forgot about the thumb monkey. Zhao really has to give extra points for his ability to change the subject. It really is a trick to deal with the kid. I have a party. Are you free now? Of course, Jess. I always have time for fun things. I'll go to the address right away. Man, the last time I played with you, I knew what fun was. The atmosphere was really great. I can still recall it every day. Come on, what's there to recall? We can just play again next time. He said with a warning tone, but this time it's a party for private friends, not the happy party we had last time. You have to use your ability to pick up girls, man. Don't worry, I understand. Bieber is rarely considerate, but this is only for a few people. Zhao is obviously one of them. Among them, money and ability are the existence that the bear kid admires very much. Okay, that's it. Try to get rid of the reporters and come in through the back door. Although I don't know where the back door is, I'll go there first and send you pictures with accurate tips when the time comes. Okay, brother, I'll dress up first. There are too many paparazzi recently, Bieber said with disgust. The two hung up the phone again, and Zhou took the remaining two bodyguards to the address sent by Taylor. It was not Beverly Hills, where celebrities gather in Los Angeles, but a large house on Mid-Levels Avenue, which was quite hidden. Turning in from the small road beside Highway 100, there were already trees on both sides, and then after turning another corner, there was a house. As for where the back door Taylor mentioned was, he had already seen it. It was really a good back door. After driving forward for a while from the way he came, he arrived at a small forest that also belonged to the owner of this place, and there was also a small path inside. Reporters could not enter from that side, which was private territory. Zhou arrived early, but there were even earlier ones. His bodyguards had already carried some food in. The two girls standing at the door were talking first, and by the way, they saw what they were eating. Taylor, this woman must have woken up from the marijuana, and now she still had an appetite for food. Hey, Jess. Taylor waved and greeted him. Jay Chow also walked over. You brought food. It tastes great. The girl took a bite of the food and said cheerfully, thank you. Zhou Jixi said happily. By the way, this is my friend Emma Stone. He introduced the girl next to him. The girl actually noticed Zhou Jixi when he came. There are not many handsome oriental men. The man in front of him is a man with a very Eastern and Western aesthetic sense. After a few careful glances, I knew who this man was. Jess Zhao, the youngest top of the rich list, is now the boss and shareholder of many companies. He also has a good figure and a good face. He can be called the most desirable diamond bachelor in the United States or the world. Hello, I'm Emma Stone. Jess Zhao. Zhou Jixi introduced himself and shook hands with the woman, but the woman looked familiar, no matter how she looked at her, but she couldn't remember who she was. Or rather, she had seen him in a movie, but she just couldn't remember what this person's real name was. Emma is an actress. The movie that is currently being released, The Scandal Project, is starring her. Taylor introduced. Spider-Girlfriend is just the girlfriend of the Amazing Spider-Man. Zhou Jixi remembered who this woman was. She looked average, but she could become Spider-Girl. There must be a lot of impressions about her. Chapter 909, Visitors. He didn't have much sexual interest in this amazing spider-girlfriend, because she didn't look like what he liked, which made him get along well with her as a friend. Taylor, let's go in. I brought a lot of good stuff with us. We can try it out later. Jay Chow said to the woman. Taylor? What's that name? Taylor asked with a strange expression on her face. She wasn't sure if she was calling her. Oh, sorry, I called you the wrong name just now. When I was surfing the internet in China, netizens there gave you a code name. I thought it was funny, and I couldn't help but call it out today. Jay Chow said apologetically, but with a smile on his face. Come on, man, just call me Taylor. Taylor Swift is only Taylor Swift. The girl said it seriously. Sure enough, people like this, who can be considered artists, are a little bit sensitive in spirit. Yes, that's right. Whatever you want, ladies, can we go in now? Of course, anytime. Taylor said, if we don't open the back door, the guy over there will probably be impatient. Following the direction the girl pointed, Jay Chow remembered what he had forgotten. Oh, that's my friend I called over. Let's go. The two girls laughed and shrugged. Haha, let's go. Justin Bieber was about to honk the horn. His big brother was too unreliable. I seem to have seen him go in just now. Why didn't he come to open the door? It was really depressing. Sure enough, girls like to chat when they see them, but you said you would take me to pick up girls, but I'm still outside. After waiting for a while, the iron gate of the back door finally opened. Jay Chow and the two girls were standing at the front door. He found a place in the backyard to park the car and walk down. Jay Chow came up and gave him a bear hug. Brother, you seem to have grown a little taller. He took a look and then pinched Bieber's arm. But you still have too little muscle. You need to eat more and exercise more. You are still too thin. I'm not like you. I can't eat as much as you do with such well-defined muscles. So, man, I should lower my standards for myself. Justin Bieber doesn't compare himself with Jay Chow. Good boy. He patted Bieber's shoulder. Let's go. We haven't set up yet. Let's meet two people first. They are also from your entertainment industry. Bieber saw two girls a long time ago. One was a country queen who was his friend. The other seemed to be an actress. He was not very familiar with her. He just saw the poster of this girl in the cinema recently. To be honest, the girl's appearance did not suit his taste, so he didn't know her name. This is my brother Justin Bieber. I know, you guys often interact on Tomcat. Then he looked at Justin Bieber. Hey, hello, I'm Emma Stone. Hello, nice to meet you. Justin said. I don't need to introduce this, the country queen, Taylor. Taylor interrupted Jay Chow's introduction. Taylor Swift, hello boy. Jay Chow looked at her strangely. This woman didn't seem to like him much. Sure enough, singer-songwriters are awesome. People like him who sing songs written by others. Hey, Taylor, I didn't expect you to be here too. Justin said happily. I just felt a little bit like you when I saw you, and sure enough, it was you who came in. I'm one of the initiators, so of course I have to be here. By the way, how is your recent concert? Taylor asked. Just some promotional activities, and I'll go to the UK in a while. Justin said. Well, Jay Chou knew that he was wrong, and the two of them knew each other. I thought it was something else. I was speechless. You know each other. Why didn't you tell me? I thought you didn't know each other. Man, you are too ignorant. Justin Bieber looked down on Jay Chou. When I first appeared on the stage, I was Taylor's guest. We were good friends. If I were a girl, I would probably be a sisterhood. It's the same now, man. You really look like you need to eat more. Standing together with Taylor's sadness about his height, he couldn't help but tease this cute boy. I can still grow, but that will take time. Your current height is not comparable to my current height. I won't be angry about this little thing, sister. You won't be proud for long. Yo. Jay Chou looked at the naughty child with a high opinion of him. He really didn't expect that this child could still be so smart. He felt that people can't be judged by appearance. Taylor Swift laughed. Haha, man, you are really much smarter this time. Jay Chou understood that this kid was not smarter, but he was more stimulated. Now he has a plan to deal with it. After several people got to know each other, they went into the house together. The living room on the first floor was already decorated with a lot of food and drinks. There is also an indoor swimming pool in this house, which makes Jay Chou sigh that the actors in the United States are really able to make money. This woman is probably just a second-rate actress, but now she can live in her own small villa. If it were in China, it would cost tens of millions. After the bodyguards were ready, they all went outside and did not disturb their private party here. Emma Stone was waiting for other friends who were invited. Soon, someone else came. It was the girl's friend Demi Lovato. Jay Chou was not very familiar with this girl. In his previous life in China, he did not pay much attention to such a woman, but Justin Bieber said that this girl was very good in music. But she was pretty cute, with fair skin on her face, which was a little different from the average European and American woman, but more like the skin of an Asian woman. It was just that her breasts were a little bit advantageous, and her buttocks were okay. After she came, another woman came, who didn't look very much to his taste either. Justin said her name was Ellie Goulding, and she was a singer. Jay Chou got to know the two women. After all, they were women with breasts and buttocks. They were the same when the lights were turned off, unless the one had a serious bad breath. The next girl came again, and he finally understood that the two girls didn't have many male friends, or they didn't call many male friends. Jay Chou called Justin Bieber himself, wondering if he should call a few people over. Then finally a man came out, and he looked pretty ugly. Jay Chou looked at Bieber next to him, and the sense of superiority of a handsome guy suddenly emerged a lot. Jay Chou was the kind of person who had a particularly deep feeling. In his previous life, he was pretty ugly, but in this life, he could actually despise ugly men. This feeling was really good. Ed Sheeran is a British singer. Bieber explained beside him. I was thinking about asking a few friends to come over. It seems that there are more girls than boys, so we can have more fun. Justin Bieber also nodded in agreement. I think so too. Haha. The two laughed. The girls were eating and drinking one by one. The music in the house had been turned on. They were all very exciting music. These guys didn't stop listening to other music just because they could write and sing songs. In fact, if you want to have fun and have fun, of course you have to listen to such exciting songs. Do you have feelings for Taylor? I saw them interacting on Tomcat last time. Justin asked while drinking. It's interesting. You know, this girl has a strange attraction that makes me want to date her a few times, so I came here. He looked at Justin and said, first of all, this is my cup of tea. Do you have any ideas? Don't worry, I don't have any feelings for her. This woman doesn't seem to suit my personality. Justin said, what do you think of that loser? Is he my competitor? No, Taylor likes handsome guys with good figures or charming eyes. Do you think he has these two things? Justin said in a low voice. Haha, that's a good point. She said goodbye to that little werewolf some time ago. This loser has no chance at all. Justin Bieber said. Jay Chou didn't expect that this boy was really a bit gossipy. He had learned about these things. It turned out that gossiping is a talent that everyone has. He knew who the guy was. He had actually watched 2 of the movies. As for the later ones, he hadn't watched them. Generally speaking, they were probably the same. There was no point. Are you talking about the young handsome guy who played in Twilight? Yeah, that guy. His muscles are really enviable, the kid said, and he looked at himself. He was determined to feel a little inferior. He was determined to go back and exercise his muscles and eat more. He was not going to stop until he had abdominal muscles. While the 2 were chatting, the man looked at the situation on both sides and considered which side to go to while getting the wine. In the end, there was no need to think about it. There were so many girls over there. He hadn't drunk yet, so he had better chat and introduce himself to his men here. Hey, hello, Ichiran. Jess Chow. Justin Bieber. 3 men. There were really only 3 men here, excluding the bodyguards. Another person came, and the men habitually looked over to see if there was any good stuff, even though Jay Chou had already planned to have 2 dates with Taylor. If there was a good one, there would always be a better one. But this time, when the girl came in, Justin Bieber's eyes attracted her. Jay Chou looked back and saw that she looked okay, a little sweet girl. After a few more glances, he knew who the girl was, and his eyes looked a little strange when he looked at Justin Bieber. Selena Fame Chapter 910. I didn't expect it to be her, but it makes sense when I think about it. They are all young people. One of them got to know the other. Plus, they went to parties and cocktail parties. It would be strange if they didn't know each other. Jay Chou really knew this girl. He paid attention to the gossip about the naughty kids in his previous life, and he had an impression of this woman. Especially the time when Selena was with Bieber and Orlando was with his wife. Oh, she became his ex-wife a few years later. The gossip and entanglement between these 4 people left a deep impression on him. Why, she is definitely good. Jay Chou touched Bieber and said, she looks like the girl from Disney. She is very sweet, but her body is a little average. Bieber didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he nodded and said, this is my dish. Don't compete with me. Just because I don't want it doesn't mean that others don't want it. Haha. Maybe she has a boyfriend. Jackie Chou said. Ed Sheeran couldn't find a topic that would bring the 2 of them closer. Now, he had actually heard Taylor gossip about this girl. Don't worry, she doesn't have a boyfriend recently, and she doesn't have anyone to date. Both Jay Chou and Bieber looked at him, as if asking how did you know? Ed Sheeran shrugged his shoulders. It was those women who said that. I heard them talking about this girl in the queue last time. Her ex-boyfriend was Taylor Lautner, the werewolf in Twilight, but they broke up at the end of last year. Some time ago, the werewolf dated Taylor for a few months, but this poor guy dumped her a few months ago. The 2 men looked at each other. This man is quite capable. He has slept with all the women they both liked. Why does this rhythm sound so unpleasant? At least neither of them has a boyfriend. This is still good news. As the big brother, Jay Chou could only speak up to comfort him. This naughty kid is good at bringing disaster to the United States, and he has been notorious in the United States for a while. But now this naughty kid is not too rebellious. After all, he has not reached such a restless youth. He is still a good guy. As a person's fame and fortune grow, his sexual desire will become stronger. This naughty kid is a typical example. I guess so. Bieber also said. The 3 of them quickly became familiar with each other. After having something to talk about, the friends outside had almost all arrived. Several of them turned on the speakers, got to know each other, drank together and had fun together. Taylor had already taken out the marijuana, and Jay Chou and Bieber both indicated that they didn't need it. It's not the best thing. Of course, there are better drugs. Several people don't dare to play with it. They are not stupid people. Jay Chou took out his latest modified medicinal cigarette with hallucinogenic plants. A silver box. In Bieber's expectation and the eyes of everyone, he slowly opened it, revealing a modified medicinal cigarette that was only the size of a little finger and was similar to a small cigar package. The latest modified harmless plant tobacco, I specially added to kinds of wormwood that have a slight effect on the nerves, can relax the body muscles, and have a certain hallucinogenic effect. This will be a very wonderful journey. Jay Chow took out a medicinal cigarette and said confidently, "Oh my god, Jess, you are really a genius. Really, you are the most awesome biologist. A genius among geniuses. I can't help but want to try this thing. Wow." Bieber picked one up and lit it. After taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. His mind seemed to become relaxed and ethereal, and the laughter of the people in front of him became farther and farther away. It felt like he had gone from 3-dimensional space to 4-dimensional space and entered a wonderful place. He couldn't help but sighed. Wow, this feels great. This is just the first cycle, man. When you finish smoking this one, you will find that you seem to have built a world and destroyed another world. He looked at a few people and said, "The only side effect is that you may not be able to help crying when it's over. The effect will be slightly different for different people. Jess, you are a real biologist. This thing is 100 times better than the old fruit made by those people. Damn, I seem to have started. It's so cool." Ed Sheeran has also picked it up and smoked it. It looks really good, right? Emma Stone put down her phone and looked at the two men. She was very excited. "Jess, are you a biologist?" Jay Chow was still thinking about whether to show off. When he was about to speak and try to be a little humble, Bieber, who was in high spirits, spoke first. "Of course, my brother is a biology graduate student at Stanford, and his papers have been published in magazines such as Science and Bio Revelation, but those are secondary. What he is best at is mixing all kinds of wonderful medicines, and the effects are amazing." Emma Stone stopped talking nonsense this time and picked it up and lit one herself. The effect was really very good. It was like walking into the corridor of memories. Everything became like her childhood self. Everything she saw was beautiful and curious. Even she felt that it was fun to look at her coffee table. The corners that she had not noticed before were so beautiful. Oh my god, how was this drawn? It was really amazing. She smiled happily. Her eyes were blurred, and several girls couldn't help but want to try it. One by one, everyone smoked the modified version of the medicinal cigarette brought by Jay Chow. He himself was no exception. Everyone in the room laughed happily, cried happily, drank wine, listened to music, and swayed their bodies to let them relax completely today and not think about anything unhappy. Sometimes escaping is also a luxury. Avoiding the pressure of reality and finding pure happiness in illusion is also the effect of the drug working in the nerves after Jay Chow's revision. In ancient times, religion used these herbs and some hallucination effects to lead believers to the kingdom of God and deceive believers to spread the so-called glory of God. Some of the people present could not help but kiss each other, while others were just enjoying their own intoxication. Zhou's medicine resistance was so limited that it could only provide a few effects for the things he made, but it was enough for him. He and Taylor intentionally sat a little closer, and they could not help but stay together. First of all, he dared to guarantee that his version of the medicine smoke did not have the effect of controlling sexual desire. But the two of them still played together like this, kissing and touching. He felt that Taylor's figure was still very good. Even though little Jess was already swollen, he did not mention rushing to the battle because the time and place were not suitable. In addition, the two of them were actually not that. Zhou was thinking of reasons, but was interrupted by Taylor's words. "Let's go upstairs." Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Of course. The two of them went up the stairs together, smoking medicinal cigarettes. Zhou didn't know which one was the master bedroom and which was the guest room, so they just picked one at random. When Zhou entered the room, he took off his shoes and hung his socks on the door handle outside. This is a simplified version of the one commonly used in college. "Do not disturb, I'm having sex." When he entered, Taylor was almost lying on the bed, lying on her side like a goddess, looking at him with a dazed look in her eyes, a cigarette in her right hand, and her little finger hooked to tempt him. How could he bear it in this situation? He quickened his pace and walked over to press on her, and then they kissed wetly, and they both looked at each other breathlessly. Asterisk had already reached the point. One was hard and the other was wet. But Zhou was not in a hurry, and he looked at her breathlessly. "Wait a minute, aren't we going too fast? And it feels a bit weird." Taylor touched his waist, and his right hand was already moving on his chest. "It's true, but now I only want you." Jess, we'll talk about the rest after we're done. Why think so much now? Her movements became more and more provocative. Don't you want to? Or are you bound by something? No, baby. I will only be fascinated by you, but this is a little different from the plan. But I have to admit that you are right. Let's finish other things first. It's making me uncomfortable now. I need to liberate it. Come on, my oriental boy, I'm going to eat you piece by piece. As she said that, she turned over and pressed on him, licking Zhao chest with a seductive look on her face. Zhao himself felt that if he didn't take off Taylor's pants at this moment, it would be bad for everyone. The two helped each other to take off their clothes, and he finally got to the point with his spear. Well, Jess, you are very good. It feels really good. A feeling of being filled up, and the stimulation brought by the friction, made Taylor couldn't help singing loudly. I don't know how many degrees the high notes were, but it really felt very awesome. The two of them had sex once, and then they had sex again, and then they had sex again. In the end, one of them was finally satisfied, and the other tried her best to win glory for the man, and for Yang Wei of the Celestial Empire. The two of them played for about 3 hours, and then they cleaned up again, threw the condoms on the ground into the trash can, and then went downstairs. I guess they are still playing now. Sure enough, when the two of them came down, they were still drinking and playing. Justin Bieber, this kid, just made eye contact with that woman. The two of them even sat very close to each other. I don't know what they were talking about. I guess they didn't know either. Looking at how much they'd drank, it was almost certain that they would black out. Another man was still smoking a medicinal cigarette, and the other girls were drinking, swaying their bodies to follow the rhythm, and their minds and bodies were enjoying the same class. Chapter 911, Cleaning Up After Sobering Up. The party lasted for a long time. Zhao and others didn't know what time they played, or they played until the next morning. During such a long time, he didn't know what was fun. Anyway, everything was fun and exciting. In the evening of the next day, everyone woke up one after another. Emma's house was already a bit messy, with wine bottles and food residues everywhere, as well as some disgusting vomit. Zhao woke up in the bathroom. He was lying in the bathtub. His whole arm had no feeling, and a body was pressed on it. He pressed his headache with his other hand, and then he opened his eyes, and saw that it was a woman he didn't know. He didn't know when she joined the party. Half of her body was outside, and the ribs under her chest pressed his arm. He pulled his hand out with his hand and gradually regained some feeling. There were a few people outside the bathtub. Bieber, the bear child, was leaning against the toilet with Selena in his arms. Taylor was lying on the bath towel without any image. I don't know if he felt the ice on the ground. There was still a lot of vomit in the bathroom. Zhao frowned and looked at his stomach, where there was a pile of sticky vomit with a strange smell. He didn't need to look. He knew it was definitely caused by the woman who was pressing him. Oh my god, it's too disgusting. Throat. He didn't want to look anymore. He hurriedly walked out of the bathtub. He felt something sticky on his feet. Don't look, don't look, he muttered to himself, and stepped out of the bathtub. Because it was a bit slippery, he almost fell down when he came out. Fortunately, he grabbed the shower curtain. It's disgusting. Zhao looked back at the woman, wiped the stuff on his feet directly on her, and hooked her out with his feet, put her on the ground, and pushed her away from the bathtub. He quickly turned on the shower head above the bathtub, and flushed the things in the bathtub. Then he went to Taylor to get a bath towel. After the bathtub was clean, he didn't need to take off his clothes. He just took them off and threw them on the ground. He went in and rinsed himself. The sound of the shower in the room also woke up the other people slowly. Everyone's head was aching. Bieber saw Selena next to him, and the girl also saw him. The two of them were really ambiguous at this time. They looked at each other, but had no intention of getting intimate. The toilet next to them was really smelly, with a strange smell of vomit, and the same was true on them. It stinks. So disgusting. Taylor was also woken up by the two people. The girl was not too dirty, but she frowned at the smell in the room. Why are you shouting so loudly? After Selena stopped shouting, she answered Taylor's words. So disgusting. How could there be all this on me? I can't imagine how much I drank yesterday. That was vomited by yourself, and the one on Bieber is yours too. It seems that he accompanied you to the bathroom yesterday, and then you started to vomit. Oh my god, most of this is yours. Jackie Zhou said from behind the shower curtain. Selena was speechless, but very depressed. She looked at Bieber apologetically. It's really terrible. I just want to take a shower now. The girl took off her coat irritably, leaving only her underwear on. It was a pity that Zhou didn't look, otherwise he could see the blue bra. Then you need to wait a while. I just took a shower not long ago. That damn woman who is still lying there, I don't know what she vomited on me. Fuck, it's so hard to wash. My god, there are so many things. Fuck. Zhou became more and more irritated as he spoke. People in front of the shower curtain could see his figure squeezing shower gel constantly. Bieber had also taken off his coat and pants. There were a lot of things on his body, and on his hands as well. He had wiped off a lot of them with clothes, but there was still some smell left. Let's find another bathroom. Isn't this the only one in Emma's house? No, I don't want to move at all now. Do you know how disgusting it is to walk with sticky feet? I'd rather stay still than walk. Selena said with a disgusted frown. Taylor glanced at them, took off his shirt and said, "Girl, you better wait in line. I'll go in and wash first." Then he took off his pants, leaving his underwear on, took a bath towel, pulled open the curtain a little and walked in. "Jess, come over a little. I smell too. You put on the shower gel first. I'll take a shower first." As she said that, she had already thrown her bra and panties outside. Selena and Justin Bieber had ridiculous expressions on their faces. Are we going in like this too? Won't it be too crowded for 4 people? Jess, help me wipe your back. I'll wipe the front. The smell here is too strong. I have to finish washing quickly. Taylor had already started to wipe his front as he said that and the butt. Man, you should be more careful. Don't just wash your little brother, okay? Rub on me a few times first. Don't I have a lot of foam? Just rub your butt a few times and wait for me to clean this little guy first. Zhou felt that when he was washing just now, maybe the vomit slipped down and stuck to the little brother, and it felt a little spicy. Taylor is not a person who gives up so long, and she immediately said, "You do my back and butt first. I feel a little sticky, and I will help you wash the little guy." The 2 people who had not left outside saw the visible changes inside through the shower curtain. The little guy that Taylor helped to wash became a big guy in just 2 strokes, and Zhou also stroked it from the back to the butt. "Man, if you want to, can you finish washing first? Don't you know that we are also very uncomfortable? Big brother doesn't take care of such a naughty child." Bieber couldn't help complaining. "It's almost done. If you don't want LAOCUI, it won't go faster," Zhou said leisurely. After a while, the 2 of them rinsed off, turned off the shower, wrapped themselves in bath towels, and walked out supporting each other. They also had to be careful to watch the vomit and people under their feet, to avoid getting stuck on them, which would be very frustrating. Selena looked at Zhou's body exposed to the air. His streamlined muscles were full of 3-dimensionality and a sense of security. From the chest muscles to the abdominal muscles, each piece seemed to be full of magic. Then a line of black hair from the abdominal muscles to the belly button was cut off at the bath towel, but the area below seemed to attract her attention, and she kept wanting to explore it. The bulging big guy increased the sexy temptation by several percentage points. I really want to do it with him once. He's so sexy. Zhou felt a little scared by the look in this woman's eyes, especially his little brother who was just touched by Taylor, which had erected a tent on the bath towel. If there wasn't a lot of alcohol left in his mind, which made him thicker and bolder, he would have been embarrassed to wear it like this. Taylor's bath towel was a little short, and he couldn't pull it up. Bieber, the naughty boy, took a special look at it twice, and felt in his heart that she was really attractive. Compared with Selena next to him, her figure was indeed advantageous. She was tall, had long legs, and a good-sized chest. She was an attractive woman. Zhou and Taylor both noticed the gazes of the 2 people. As a man, he naturally felt that it was not very good, whether he was being looked at or his female companion was being looked at. "Little boy, are you still looking at it? Go wash yours. The 2 of you go inside and take a look." Taylor also laughed. Zhou hugged the girl and let her stick close to him and pulled her bath towel down. to cover her entire buttocks to prevent her tall body from exposing her lower body. The girl's entire naked upper body pressed against him, and their faces were against each other, which really blocked both of their points. This made the two men and women who were still watching feel very erotic and sexy. Wow, the feeling of being close to you is really great. I really want to be able to clearly feel the movement of every muscle on your chest. So strong and powerful. I really want to take a bite. Taylor stuck to him and looked up at Zhou, and it felt like the tips of their noses were about to touch. I think so too. It seems to have grown a little bigger today. Zhou also said ambiguously. Really? Let's go to the room and try it quickly. I think I'm a little wet. Taylor leaned his head on his shoulder and said, the way that little bitch looked at you just now made me very unhappy. Man, the way I looked at you was also wrong. Are you thinking about something bad? Pa Zhou slapped her butt. I promise I haven't thought about that girl. She is Bieber's type. I'm not the kind of man who sleeps with his brother's woman. That kind of thing is really disgusting. I'm very sad. Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Really? Have you forgotten what you and Emmy did in the room last night? Taylor said and bit him. Although I'm a little drunk, I clearly remember that you stayed there for a while. Zhou was puzzled. I really don't remember. There is no image in my mind. Are you sure? He didn't even know if he had done anything with that woman. He looked at Taylor with a questioning face. Are you sure you didn't drink too much and mixed up dreams with reality? Taylor stared at Zhou's eyes and face. Now she was a little suspicious. Did she mix it up? Sorry, I'm not sure either. Never mind. Let's do it again and forget about this memory. Huh, it's not swollen so suddenly? Taylor felt that the little Jessie who had been holding him up was slowly softening. Your words gave me a lot to think about. I suddenly felt like you were fucking me. Come on, Jessie, how big of a difference do you think this is? It's subjective and objective. It's all enjoyment. I think you're good. Otherwise, do you think I'd be a casual person? That Taylor Lautner, don't you think he's good? Zhou asked meaningfully. He didn't ask about the ex-boyfriends of these women. After all, everyone has an ex that they don't want to talk about or don't want to recall. Besides, in a song written by Taylor in her previous life, there was this little werewolf, and it was an apology. He was still wondering if she had cheated on him, so she apologized. I don't know about that. I only dated him a few times, and we broke up before we even went to bed. His sexy little muscles and blurred eyes made it a pity to think about it. A pitiful expression appeared on her face just right. Zhou was speechless. This woman was really a top-notch person sometimes. Chapter 912, Zhou, you bitch. After the queue at Emma Stone's house ended, Zhou took Taylor away. As for Bieber and others, he left a bodyguard to help them. After drinking so much wine, it is estimated that it is not easy to sober up. And looking at the boy's appearance, I don't know if he had sex with Selena in the bathroom. If he didn't, he probably masturbated himself. His two legs were walking as if they had no strength. There was not much change on Selena's face. Compared with when she was drunk, she looked better. As for whether it was because of the two people, he really didn't know. Well, he didn't have the mood to inquire about this matter, because when he was with Taylor, Demi just came over, looking at him with a strange expression. Zhou also looked at her, feeling a little guilty, even though he had no memory of being with her. But according to his own personality, he felt that it was impossible for him to be alone with her without having sex with her, which was in line with his behavior. The woman didn't say anything and smiled faintly. Zhou asked instead if she wanted to go together, and he could give her a ride. The women didn't refuse, and neither did Taylor. The two were good friends. On the contrary, he felt that he was rejected by the two women. They got into his car, but their hearts were not with him at all. They chatted with each other, and sometimes chatted with him. But it was not that feeling anymore. It was really a feeling of a sex buddy. It was much different from the treatment of the legendary novel protagonist. They were just sex buddies, especially knowing what he did at night. After running around here, he also slept with another woman. If this man had not confirmed the relationship with one of them, he would definitely expose his younger brother to the sisters. Now it seems that both of them have slept with each other. Should I choose my sister or the playboy? Well, it seems that it is very simple to consider. Both girls are singer-songwriters. They have made a lot of money at a young age. They are not short of money at all. Although Zhou has a lot of money, he is not short of money and does not lack the foundation for a luxurious life. I have played with a playboy for a while and tasted his taste. He is not bad. There is no need to date him. Playboys are only suitable for playing. As for who is playing with whom, only the parties involved know. This time, Zhou knew that he seemed to have been kicked aside. In the future, they might be friends, sex lovers, or characters in the lyrics of the woman named Taylor, contributing to her album sales. It would be difficult for him to become their official boyfriend. He might be able to date for a few months with his sweet talk, but as for marriage, these girls would not consider him. It's tragic. Did I really do it with Demi yesterday? Or was it seen by Taylor? Maybe it wasn't just Taylor who saw it. This reputation is probably going to be ruined a lot. Zhou the girls will become Zhou, the playboy of the girls. His car took Taylor to where she lived now. Because everyone drank a lot of alcohol, it seemed that they were thinking without thinking too much. In addition, there were many people in the car, so they didn't worry about the paparazzi. After he opened the door and sent the girl off, he got in. During the period, he took a lot of photos of the paparazzi, but he didn't care. Wearing sunglasses, he wanted to give these guys a middle finger, but he was still cautious and didn't do it. As a public figure, it is necessary to maintain a good image and be rational and restrained. Let him know that, if he does so, there will be a lot of condemnation. During this period, his image and the image of the company will be damaged, and it will also damage the image of Apple. Simply put, your character is problematic. It is obviously not a good thing to hold so many important positions. The people of our free and democratic country will scold you to shame, scold you to devalue, and see if you dare to be so arrogant and not pay attention to your image and influence. Although the bear child was suspected of being hacked in his previous life, he did a lot of things that damaged his image and had a bad influence. These angered some people in the Parents Association. Celebrities like people will only bring a bad image to their children. This time, there are more people being hacked, and even the voices of defiance are much less. Zhou is not a very smart person, but at least he is not stupid. Restraining desires is a science, and he is trying hard to learn them well. Demi was still in the car, and he smiled after getting in. You're too skinny. I think you need to eat more. Do you feel like your skinny skin is touching your bones? You were talking about skinny beauty yesterday. Demi asked nervously. I'm really into this woman. Zhou confirmed this time. Of course I don't mean that. Now I'm just giving you some advice as a doctor friend. Thank you, I'll consider it. It's just that I've been disgusted by food games lately and can't eat much at all. Then she saw Zhou's suspicious eyes. Thinking about it, she seemed to have eaten a lot yesterday and didn't feel sick at all. I don't know what happened yesterday. I suddenly had a good appetite. It seems that after taking that, I felt that everything was beautiful. OMG, that thing can actually treat anorexia. As she said this, she had already covered her mouth and looked at Zhou in surprise. It also has this effect. Zhou himself didn't know. How could I know your stuff? Demi rolled her eyes at him and then said, how much of that stuff do you have left? Can you give me some? Zhou looked at her seriously and said, wait a minute. He opened a small cabinet in the car where food was stored, took out some desserts, handed them to Demi and said, try and see if you can eat them all. The girl took the stuff in her hand, slowly opened it, and put it to her mouth, but she didn't feel like eating it. She chewed it a few times in her mouth and swallowed it, not feeling very comfortable. No, it's still a feeling of disgust. Even though I know I need to eat, I really don't want to experience that uncomfortable feeling. Then you don't need my medicine, but you need to go to the hospital for treatment. My thing is already very obvious. Even if it doesn't have any harm, it's not a good thing if you smoke it frequently. It's just an illusion. After all, it's not reality. Girl, I suggest you still need to get some treatment. Zhou's expression became a little serious when he said this, but he didn't stop the movement of his hands. He still took out some medicinal cigarettes and gave them to her. This is the original version. I didn't add psychedelic plants. The other one is the medicinal cigarette with psychedelic plants added. You can try it when you go back. Thank you. Demi took over and said, you are such a good person. I'm not a good person, and this word has a sarcastic taste in our place. I personally don't like it very much. It's up to you. Anyway, this word has already said what I want to express. In fact, I just want to thank you for this time. You are really not a good person, and not a good man. She stroked his cheek with her hand. What a heartbreaking man. Remember what you said yesterday. You went to the bathroom and got together with that bitch Emma Roberts. As someone who just slept with you, you are really a bitch. Demi said, and she stopped the car. By the way, okay, I'm here, bitch, goodbye. Demi waved after getting out of the car, turned around and looked at him again. By the way, I saw that woman vomiting all over you last night. It felt really good at that time. It must have felt good to be in the bathtub of vomit for so long. Zhao's mouth was almost convulsed. When he was drunk, he had to be so cheap to have sex with this woman. After having sex with her, he also had sex with another woman, and everyone saw it at once. Do I need to be so unlucky? Do I need to be so mean? The bathtub feels okay, at least not as unlucky as Bieber and the others lying on the toilet. As for what happened yesterday, I'm sorry, as a sex partner, I'm not that competent. He didn't know if he did something terrible, but looking at the woman's expression, he knew that he probably wouldn't be any better. Cute oriental boy, let's contact each other next time, when we are free. As I said, you are indeed a bitch, but a very attractive bitch. If this is a compliment, I won't accept it. Zhao chuckled and saw the woman's back. She went back. It's time for me to go back too. Every time I finish queuing, I always have to take something away or lose something. I never thought that I really don't have much moral integrity. Cudman had packed everything up and the luggage had been shipped to the farm by a logistics company. Now he just had to go there. Zhao went back with him, mainly to let him get familiar with his family. With him there, both sides would be less embarrassed. In the future, I may have to spend quite a long time with this old French man. We have a good impression of each other, which is a very harmonious foundation for our future life and getting along. A butler is not an ordinary nanny or maid. You can replace them at any time. If you don't like them, you have to replace a professional butler, especially one with decades of work experience, strict professional standards, and good reviews from previous employers. The situation is either that the butler is in poor health, or they are bankrupt. Zhao believes that if this old guy is not so unlucky in his sky farm, it is estimated that there will be no problem for him to live to be 100 years old. If he is a little more awesome, this old guy may become the oldest service butler in history. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 913, Getting to Know My Family. Zhao couldn't help laughing when thinking about it, and Cudman also found it in the co-pilot seat. Adhering to the professional code of the butler, it is better not to say unnecessary words before getting familiar with the master. The most important thing for a good butler to start is to understand the master's preferences. Only in this way can he serve the master better, and can he use some of his favorite humor when the master is happy, and some words to relieve his spirit when he is sad, or make some arrangements he likes to make the master feel better. Cudman, have you ever thought about what age you will retire? Zhao asked. I haven't thought about this question yet, but I already have an answer in my heart. He said with an elegant chuckle, when my body can't hold on, maybe I should quit the service industry. Zhao nodded, as if thinking about something, and said after a while, then it will probably take a long time. Cudman looked at him questioningly, and didn't ask anything rudely immediately. Patiently wait for the master to say it, when he wants to say it, no hurry. My master is a health expert in China. With her around, I think you can live another half a century. He said, when you get to the farm, don't be too surprised. My master is almost 90 years old, but now he is still like a 50-year-old man. Cudman was indeed surprised. This time he was not just cooperating with Zhao. he said with real emotion. This is really amazing. You've seen it, that's the real wonder. Zhao Jixi smiled and said. Cudman nodded with a yearning look on his face. Looking at Zhao Jixi, who was smiling with satisfaction, he already knew several personality traits of his new employer. He was a little vain, liked others to recognize him, liked to be noticed, and liked to be the center of everything. Another point was that his heart didn't seem to be bad. He could say this in front of him. At least when he joined the job, the employer in front of him regarded him as his own. Even if he didn't know what level this own person was, at least there was a benefit that he would think of you. Cudman also breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to serve him might be his last career. Cudman, when you get to the farm, list all the people who need to be added to my villa. I always feel that something else is needed, but I don't know where to start. Zhao Jixi said with some annoyance. Okay, sir, I will arrange things as soon as possible. Cudman said seriously. Yeah. Zhao Jixi was satisfied. The group chatted in the farm. Along the way, Cudman silently observed Zhao Jixi, wanting to know more about his new employer, and also to know the people around the employer, and the place and nature of his future work. As a private butler, after gaining the trust of the employer, it is obvious that he has to participate in some of the employer's asterisk activities. He is very clear about this, and among his excellent work materials, there is another thing that he believes is also valued by the current employer. That is to be tight-mouthed. He will not say a word or make any comments about all the bad things about the former employer. No matter what, even if you say he is not good, he will not argue with you. He did a good job in protecting his employer's privacy, which may be the reason why he was chosen by Zhao Jixi. After seeing the security guards around this new employer, he believed that he must have investigated several times. The new owner may have known some of the things done by the previous employer, even if he had not been convicted of several crimes. As a capitalist, everyone was more or less clear in their hearts. After entering the farm, he knew that, as long as he did not have any problems, he would probably retire from this job. In an environment with strict security measures, most of the security guards are dangerous people, and it can be seen that some of them are mercenaries. After entering the second defense circle, he also understood one thing in his heart. That is, the most important thing in this life is probably to keep his mouth shut. Especially after gaining the trust of the employer, because he does not seem to be such a simple rich man. The nobles who look gentlemanly and clean on the outside are all a dirty swamp behind them. Zhao Jixi, who came back today, has already informed his family that the person who may become half a family member is coming to the family. It's better for everyone to get to know each other. My parents are curious about the housekeepers that can only be seen in such TV shows, and they especially want to see them. After Zhao Jixi and Cudman got off the car, they entered the villa. The sun shone through the clouds around the villa, making it look so prosperous and full of warmth. Cudman, if you can use Chinese when introducing it later, my parents may be more relaxed. Okay sir, I will pay attention. Cudman nodded and responded. He looked at his housekeeper with satisfaction, but in normal times, try to communicate in English, which will also help them better adapt to the English atmosphere. After all, this is the United States. People can't change the environment, so they have to adapt to the environment well. So for thousands of years, talents have become the top of the food chain on this planet. Okay, sir. Zhao Jixi is most satisfied with his confident smile, just like a teacher. A teacher who thinks that it is not the student's fault if he doesn't learn well. A good teacher can make bad students learn well, as long as the teacher is willing to find a way with his heart. He believed that the salary he paid would allow his housekeeper to think carefully, make his parents feel comfortable, and learn English more easily and better. One thing must be admitted, that English has indeed become a must-learn grammar in the world, and the United States is the center of the world. This is not flattery, and there is no need to flatter. In fact, there is a country at the center of the world in every century, but those are not forever. He has always believed that China will be the center of the world in the future. It just takes time, perhaps more than 10 years, or perhaps decades. Who can guess that there were not many high-rise buildings and skyscrapers in China less than 20 years ago, and now there are high-rise buildings everywhere, and this is based on the population of more than 1 billion in China. For individuals, especially for the rich, these do not make much difference. If you have money, you are a big shot in any country. Even if he is a Chinese, he is still a big shot in the United States, hiring white and black people to do things for him. If you don't have money, you are a asterisk. Even in the United States, it is the same. The actions of the Chinese United Association in Chinatown have caused many other non-Chinese people to suffer losses, but who would care about them? The Chinese with a large population have benefited, and the leaders of the minority have benefited. The people below them can just fool around. He has a black heart. Since he has money, Zhou feels that he has the conditions to be black. You can't make enough money, but if you don't make money, the money in your hands will be spent. There are several people sitting in the living room chatting about something, including my parents, my sisters, my master and Xianshan Niu, and even Say Yan Wan K Wan Xiao Wan Fua there. Zhao Jixi took Kudman to introduce him to the family one by one. This butler is really good. He speaks Chinese fluently. It's not difficult to communicate with my parents, and there is some humor from time to time. After the family's small cocktail party, it was time for a more formal lunch. Kudman had not officially started work today, and everyone gathered together to welcome him, so he had lunch with his family, which was considered a welcome lunch. After dinner, Zhao Jixi took him to the housekeeper's room, where the housekeepers of the previous generation of old man Bud lived. The room was on the first floor, with complete facilities and an LCD screen for service. There was no need to ring a bell like in the Middle Ages, or make a phone call like in modern times. There was a system in each room. When needed, just press a button, and the housekeeper would arrange the people to do the work, to help the owner complete the task he ordered. Zhao Jixi also updated this system recently, and replaced it with the latest tools. Everyone in the villa had a service table similar to a watch, so the housekeeper could better arrange their work, and call them in the future. It would take some time to get familiar with this place, so Zhao Jixi didn't need to worry too much. If the housekeeper couldn't adapt, then he was not worth hiring for money. Whoever paid the money would enjoy it. The world couldn't revolve around him, but people who earned his salary could still revolve around him. 2 days later, he returned to Stanford, where there was still a game to be played. He usually studied at the School of Biology, and went to the team for training in his spare time. This year's Cardinals team looked very good. The team had a good quarterback, although not the top one, but not much worse than other teams. There was also a perfect guard, which was definitely a top-notch one. Even if he went to the professional league, he would be a star figure. The coach dared to say so and thought so. As expected, the game a week later, J.C. Chow's Cardinals won the lead. The most valuable scene on the scene was that he overturned one opposing player after another like a big bulldozer, protecting his teammates holding the ball and leading all the way to the end. After the game, his game highlights were directly cut out and uploaded to several video websites for netizens. The coaches of the Football League team also saw this highlight, and almost most of them said, "I want this player." As a California team, the San Francisco 49ers were also the first to take a fancy to J.C. Chow. I contacted the coach of the Stanford Cardinals in advance, wanting to see if Jess could join their team when he graduated, so that we could reach some agreements privately. But the coach didn't bother to respond, and directly sent a Forbes report and photos of Jess in the team. When he saw it, he was stunned. What the hell, such a great guy would play for them, and his money could sell a few 49s. Chapter 914. J. Chow's rugby game collection has really attracted a lot of attention on the internet, especially those who love a sport. In addition to his wealth and the attention of his celebrity friends, Tomcat's Facebook and other social tools, his popularity in the United States has increased a lot. Mom has said that it is not a fighting activity. How can your son go back to fight with his wealth? You can't even think about it. Jay Chow said helplessly on the phone, "That is rugby, just a sport. Ask my master. This thing is not common in China, but it is very popular in the United States. What you see is a collection cut out from the news. A lot of materials are combined, and a little bit is reduced, so it's all that kind of shot. For the rest, oh, I really can't explain this to you clearly. You can ask the housekeeper Kudman, or the eldest and second sisters will do." What? My second sister went to Los Angeles to play again. This woman is really, her husband doesn't plan to control it? Jay Chow started to feel depressed again when talking about his second sister. Okay, I get it. Actually, there's not much to do with my second brother-in-law. I'm just doing business for them. I'll talk to them later and let them hand it over to their subordinates. In the biological laboratory of Stanford University, Zhou Jixi was sweating helplessly. His mother called because of football and taught him not to fight or bully others. Look at the man inside. He was tortured to death. His helmet and clothes were covered with mud. This poor child. Zhou Jixi pushed him down again and again. It was really pitiful to see him. Boss, the documents have been given to them. Zhou Jixi's main force Neha reported to him. Mizi was also waiting on the side. In addition to the company's affairs, these two people have been helping him to set up the biological laboratory to make contacts. In fact, he had sent people all over the world to collect information. In terms of personnel, Stanford has the largest number of biologists in the world waiting for him. Today he must make sure to deal with the scientific researchers in the biological laboratory and the sports medical laboratory of this laboratory first. This will be centered on the warriors, and it is estimated that it will serve the warriors first. It is considered a subordinate research institute of his biological laboratory. The three people chatted here for a few words, and Zhou Jixi's three mentors left the conference room inside and came to him to communicate with him. He nodded at them and then listened to the professors and mentors who had already agreed to join his research institute. We have been preparing for this for half a year. We will give the best treatment to professors and doctors. I also plan to build laboratories and research centers near Stanford. The research atmosphere and good talent pool here will also provide better basic conditions for doctors. We don't have any problems anymore. As long as the conditions are implemented in the contract, we have a certain degree of control over the direction of the research project. Joining your research institute is still very interesting to those guys. Zhou Jixi's mentor, who has achieved certain achievements in biochemistry, now smiled and looked at him and said, "That would be great. The location has been found. As long as the contract is signed today, everyone can enter the Space Biology Research Institute one after another, and you, the mentor, can start your own project. The research funds will be in place soon." Zhou Jixi looked at them and said that this matter has been planned for a long time, but it is impossible to implement it immediately. First, we need to find a research direction worth investing in, and then analyze the commercial value for selection. Then there are short-term and long-term research time and return rate. These all require researchers to list reports, and Zhou Jixi's think tank and consultants can review them, which all takes time. He also combined these people's projects with the farm to see if he could find a few projects that can be quickly commercialized first, so that he can find one or two cash cows. These are the most critical. With tens of millions of dollars of capital investment every year, he doesn't want to get nothing. That would be really stupid. This time, it was decided to meet at the biological laboratory in Stanford, and it was also arranged early in the morning. Many of them used to be from Stanford, and this time they left, and it was the last time here, giving them a good memory. Then the formal contract was signed, and several supervisors of the laboratory were also determined. They are Zhou Jixi's close mentors and professors. Actually, there is not much difference. Their projects are different, and only one of them is more inclined to management. Zhou Jixi can relax a little in terms of management rights, but he has not relaxed in terms of supervision rights. Financial supervision and safety supervision will be very strict to prevent anyone from damaging his interests. He cares about this very much. It just so happens that the security aspect has been taken over by Blue Sky Shield. It seems that a lot of money has been spent on the book, but in fact, there is still some money returned to him after a circle. Compared with hiring people, it is safer, more convenient and more economical. After finishing the layout here, he took a team of sports researchers to Oakland and stationed in the Warriors. There will be a new human sports injury research institute there, which will do research and medical treatment. He has spent money to dig up several doctors and researchers in sports injuries in Europe. I believe that research plus practice, plus the high salary, will definitely allow the Warriors to solve a lot of problems in the medical field. When Mullen saw the big boss coming, of course he ran to greet him very enthusiastically. Head coach Nelson also came to discuss with the big boss. After all, he promised several big names to come. Now the confirmed ones are Yao Ming and Nowitzki. Both of them agreed to come to the Warriors in the summer because of injuries and the Warriors' full trust in them. When do they plan to take our physical examination? Zhou Jixi asked while sitting in the general manager's office. This question directly wanted to ask when these two people could officially sign. The little emperor did not get accurate information, and he believed that this gorilla would not respond to him so quickly. The Heat are active, which is a well-known fact at the beginning of the season. If it is not Yi Little Emperor and Bosch, no one else can think of what they are doing. There is no problem with Yao Ming. He is currently injured, and it is a problem for him to participate in the Asian Games. So he is still receiving rehabilitation treatment in the United States. The last time we told him about Chinese medicine, he also wanted to try it. Malin reported immediately. Zhou Jixi thought about it and felt that he should personally check out his injury problem as soon as possible. Arrange a private meeting between him and me. At this point in time, there are no major problems. Even if the media reports it, I don't think there is anything to worry about. They both have options to opt out of their contracts this year. The original team also had concerns about the contract renewal. We are also making a dangerous deal. No one knows if it is a sure profit. Both of them have health problems. Boss. Malin still said it. He had thought about it for so long and considered so much these days, and he really had no confidence in the physical condition of these two people. Jay Chou waved his hand and told him to stop talking nonsense. Malin, I want it. He looked into his eyes with a serious face. You promised, so there is no need to say nonsense again. Only by getting him back can we compete with James. He tried to relax his tone. Another point is that you have to consider it more comprehensively. This is the San Francisco area. We have a large number of excellent Chinese basketball players here. These are the reasons why I must have him. Yao Ming, I must get him. Jay Chou said this very firmly. There are reasons for this. In addition to the basketball market, there are also political needs. Now to win over the Chinese, there is also a need to increase efforts and influence. After Yao Ming comes, arrange for him to have a few shows with Jerry Brown, and he will also go to bed with him to deepen the old man's image among the Chinese. Pull out the missing part of the Chinese votes and increase the number of votes. All of these require more showmanship and influence. With Yao Ming and Nowitzki, plus the little emperor who may come later, Jay Chou's Warriors is definitely the most suitable place for showmanship. In this situation, he doesn't mind even paying luxury tax. Jerry Brown can strengthen support for the San Francisco government when he becomes governor. The Chinatown renovation project is just the first step. Other cities still have some Chinatowns with good land. This is all money. He can afford to pay tens of millions more a year this time. Maybe he doesn't have to pay luxury tax after calculation. First, pass the previous level and talk about the others later. The Warriors are the problem. There is no need to make a new plan. Just install this plan. Yao Ming is the key. Okay, boss. Malin didn't even want to say a few more words. He responded honestly. Make arrangements. Zhou Jixi finally said to him. Then he met with old Nelson. The old guy also made one request after another when meeting. It happened to be that he was afraid of future player injuries. He also had something to say. Zhou Jixi directly threw out that a first-class medical team had been assembled on the Warriors side, so there was no need to worry about these. Zhou Jixi didn't know much about the team's affairs. He met a few players who might be useful to him in the future. After exchanging feelings, he planned to leave. As for the other players, he had no interest in meeting them. 2 days later, Malin and Yao Ming made an appointment to meet the boss. Zhou Jixi also took his bodyguards to the Sky City in San Francisco. Everyone was having a pleasant dinner there, and then they discussed the condition or signed a contract. It all depended on the situation. After all, they had been talking for so long, and his sincerity was clearly shown. Whether Yao Ming would regret at the last moment was beyond his imagination. Chapter 915, Meeting Yao Ming. After Zhou Jixi and others arrived at their own Western restaurant, they saw Yao Ming's team who had already arrived. It was a small team of 3 people. The people who came were Yao Ming himself, his agent and his lawyer. He looked at them and thought that they were members of the Yao team. They had created extraordinary economic value for Wyoming in the past few years. With a smile on his face, he walked over with the people around him. "Hello, Mr. Yao. Although it is not the first time I have seen you, it is the first time to communicate like this. I have to say that I'm very happy to see you again. Hello, Mr. Zhou." Wyoming also shook hands with him. Zhao Jixi looked around and nodded to everyone who came and then said, "Everyone is sitting and chatting. I still feel a little pressure standing with Mr. Yao." He said something humorous, which made several people around him laugh. After everyone sat down together, Zhao Jixi asked a few people to order food first. The habit of China is to eat and chat at the same time. It seems a bit unkind to talk about business right away. Several signature dishes plus the new dishes specially made by the chef. Several people couldn't help but praise the taste. It's really good. Even if a dish is just the raw materials of the ingredients, with a little bit of other ingredients, it tastes much better than dishes with a lot of seasonings. Most of these raw materials are from our Sky Farm, and a small part is bought from outside, and they will also go through strict food inspection to ensure the freshness and safety of the raw materials. Zhao Jixi introduced to Wyoming and others with a smile. Wyoming also nodded seriously. He also opened a restaurant. In the selection of raw materials, it is indeed necessary to be strict to ensure that the chef can make perfect food. While eating, they couldn't help but sigh a few times. "It's much more delicious than what I eat in my restaurant. Considering the environment here, the price is not low. It's okay." The original plan was to open a high-end restaurant. In addition, the ingredients on the farm are expensive, and the quantity is not large. It's better to open a restaurant to digest them than to sell them like this. In this case, if you don't go high-end, the price will definitely not be able to sell. If you go mid-range, our farm can't take out so many ingredients to digest. The audience nodded in agreement, especially Wyoming, who looked at Zhao Jixi with envy. "Let's go high-end. I originally planned to do that, but considering the consumer class, mid-range is more suitable. You have a wide range of channels for purchasing raw materials, and you sell quantity. You can achieve more profits through sales at any time. Ours is almost fixed. Unless the farm's output increases, we can only sell in a fixed quantity." He nodded, put the northern part of his thumb under his nose, then took it away, and waved his finger and said, "That's true, but the profit of a high-end restaurant like yours is indeed much higher than our restaurant. It's estimated to be a few tens of millions of dollars a year. Most of these are fixed." Zhao Jixi said. Wyoming was envious when he heard it. "It makes more than our restaurant, and yours is a chain. It's easy to make hundreds of millions a year. It's all made from the farm. Our beef is a major feature. The cattle are fed with top quality grass on the farm, and the meat quality is first class. The most important thing in doing business is to be attractive to customers. People will like everything good. Yao, you are a good player. I will like you very much. Really, you should come to our Warriors. The most experienced coach, the best medical team, the closest fans of the same race to you. And one more thing is that, although I'm not the richest, I will definitely be the boss who is most willing to invest in the team in the future." Zhao Jixi looked at Wyoming with a burning gaze. "Does this make the Warriors look very attractive?" Harvey, who came with him, was shocked by the boss's eloquence. These words made him feel that, if he had the ability, he would want to come to the Warriors. The members of Team Yao also nodded in agreement. Wyoming might be able to gain more in San Francisco than in the Rockets, especially with the care of this Chinese boss, compared to the stingy and black-bellied boss over there. Jess Zhou is a very good choice. Wyoming didn't think much when he heard this. He probably thought it through after coming here. He looked at JC Zhou and said, "Okay, what?" This straightforward answer made JC Zhou stunned. He agreed immediately, as if there was something else he didn't say. But it was only for a moment, and he came back to his senses immediately. "Okay, very good. With you joining, I'm more optimistic about the prospects of the Warriors this year." The process was different from what JC Zhou thought, but the ending was what he wanted. Then came the physical examination this time, which was also the most important thing for both sides. JC Zhou was satisfied with how worried he was. Even if he had some injuries, at least he had shown his attitude first. If he was brought back, he could still do a show and be a mascot. In short, it was still very useful to him. Newland and others were ready to take the blame. This boss was really worrying, but there was nothing they could do. Who told him that he was just an employee? After dinner, Zhou Jixi carefully helped Yao Ming to read the details. Well, it was very detailed, but unfortunately, he was not very good at it, and there was no solution. This was easy. He directly invited him to the farm to find the old lady, and Yao Ming readily agreed. He had never placed his hopes on Zhou Jixi. How much medical skills could such a young man have? He began to think of the old lady behind him, the legendary old lady Yang. Zhou Jixi could only force a smile. Medical skills really cannot be learned by reading more books. If you ask him to prepare medicine and refine medicine to be a pharmacist, you can get results by practicing more, but there are not so many people for him to experiment with medical skills. Even if he practices martial arts and knows more about the body structure, it is impossible for everyone's physique to be the same as himself. Different people need different methods. This is why Chinese medicine requires experience and age. The next day, several people set out to Jay Chow's Sky Farm. Everyone in the family got the news. They had been at the farm for a long time. This is Yao Ming. I didn't expect to be able to see this real person in real life in this life. This feeling is really worth looking forward to. Why hasn't he come yet? The second sister kept muttering while looking at the distance. The mother rolled her eyes at her and said, "It's almost here." Didn't Zhao just say on the phone that he was about to arrive? He is already outside in the woods. This kid is really slow and doesn't know how to hurry up. Dad admires this pride of China very much. Although he doesn't play basketball, he is very familiar with this person. It can only be said that Yao Ming is too famous in China. Niu and Shan in the distance ran over with binoculars, looking at these adults and shouting, "Here they come, here they come, Dad, Uncle, S car is coming." Is it coming? The second sister couldn't see it. After a while, the two children also ran to the side of the adults. The car can be seen. Here it comes. My mother said something obviously nonsense. Last week, Jess and Yao Ming were chatting and laughing. My sister was influenced by my brother-in-law Fu, and she admires you, brother Yao. Haha. Yao Ming laughed. Then I have to thank them later. Just get more autographs. They probably want this. My sister called my brother-in-law yesterday. He said that if he couldn't let go of the business, he would want to fly directly to the United States to get closer to you. This really pissed my sister off. Haha. Haha. Yao Ming also laughed. A man who said this in front of his wife is typically asking for trouble. Later, he called me again. This guy said that he wanted me to leave more autographs and photos of you no matter what. I tried to persuade him. If you want to see brother Yao in the future, just come to the Warriors. After all, we will be like a family in the future. Brother Yao, you have to come to my house more often during your vacation. Yao Ming looked at him and shook his head and said, "Isn't it up to me? Jess, you are the boss now, but you have the final say on my employee's vacation." Haha. Zhou Jixi laughed twice before saying awkwardly, "Well, I don't have the final say on that. I really can't do this kind of thing. That obviously interferes with the established plans of the coaches and managers. After all, the professional matters have been handed over to them. It's not appropriate for me, an outsider, to interfere with the professionals again and again. It's obviously a similar role to the pig teammate I talked about when I was playing games." Yao Ming's heart moved, and he felt much more satisfied with this Zhou Jixi. After all, these are just small things. The big boss may choose to do what he wants to do in big things, but he is willing to abide by the rules he has set. Leave the professional matters to the coaches and managers, and don't interfere casually. Isn't this what a good boss should do? What you said is much better than my previous boss Alexander. He just meddled too much, making it difficult for the managers and coaches of the Rockets. The two chatted quite well, and along the way Jay Chou expressed to Yao Ming his ideas for the Warriors team building. Especially in recent years, he could tolerate paying a certain amount of luxury tax on salary expenditure, mainly for the purpose of getting a championship ring as soon as possible. Even as it is often said in the NBA, spending money may not necessarily win a championship, but not spending money will definitely not win any championship. His current thinking is very attractive to Yao Ming, who actually wants to retire, especially the frequent injuries, which have cast a lot of shadows on his basketball career. For him, perhaps it will be only these 2 or 3 years, or even a shorter 1 or 2 years, that he can still be active on the basketball court. If he can form a team with the goal of winning the championship in the short term, and he is one of the members in it, then the situation will be exactly what he needs. He has made enough money in the past few years, and his reputation is getting higher and higher, but he has never won a real championship. This is really a pity for an athlete. Chapter 916 Treatment. After leaving the circle of enthusiastic family members and coming to the old lady's greenhouse pharmacy, Yao Ming was sweating a lot. Zhou looked at him awkwardly from the side. "That's too enthusiastic. I only have one second sister like this. Don't mind it." Yao Ming was about to complain. How could he not care? His pants were almost taken off just now. When the boss's second sister ran over, she lost her balance and was about to fall down. Her hands, which were already close to him, were grabbing something randomly, and as a result, his pants were grabbed. Today, he happened to be wearing sportswear, and he didn't wear a belt or anything like that. If he hadn't reacted quickly halfway and pulled it up immediately, plus he was wearing a boxer underneath, his face would really be red. Fortunately, it's okay, Yao Ming said politely, and then said a little uneasily that Jixi, your second sister is injured. Why didn't you come here to let Master Yang take a look? She has thick skin and flesh. She just lay there for a while and I just checked it, and there's nothing wrong with her, Zhao Jixi said. Oh, that's good. He breathed a sigh of relief. But I don't know what this means. There are probably 2 kinds. Zhao Jixi didn't know which one he was talking about, but just followed his own thoughts. And when he came here, his second sister called her brother-in-law. Thinking of that, his eyes twitched twice. Husband, I saw Yao Ming. Really saw him. He's so tall, really tall. You definitely can't feel it if you haven't seen him. He's several heads tall. Haha. Envy and jealousy. I usually tell you to snatch the TV from me, but now I've seen the real person, and you haven't seen the person. What basketball game can you watch? Really, let me tell you something. Your wife just, haha. She laughed wildly. Who knew she would say, I'm telling you, I almost took off your idol's pants just now. Really, if I hadn't fallen to the ground, his pants would have been pulled up quickly. Zhao Jixi couldn't bear to listen to the following words. Sometimes he really felt that having good hearing was not a good thing. His second sister was really a crazy woman. Shaking her head to get rid of the unbearable memories, she looked at the master who was already examining Yao Ming. She examined Yao Ming's injuries for a long time and took out a lot of instruments to assist. She also carefully looked at the examination materials that Yao Ming brought directly. Master, how is brother Yao's injury? He asked with some trepidation. Yao Ming also looked at the old lady nervously. When he came, he had a lot of hope for this magical old man. He just hoped that he would not be too disappointed this time. His injuries are not serious. As long as he recovers according to the original doctor's instructions, he can get good results. The old lady looked at the 2 people and said, of course, that method is definitely not the best for me. You are already in your 30s now. You have accumulated a lot of injuries in your previous steps, but you didn't take good care of them. You have accumulated a lot of hidden injuries. Do you feel any of these? Yao Ming nodded seriously. You are tall and strong, especially with your current weight, which is a kind of pressure on the bones and muscles of your knees. When you exercise, it brings pressure every moment, hurting the lower part little by little. My first request is that you exercise, reduce the fat content of your muscles, lose some weight, and eat some bone and muscle strengthening food arranged for you. This will help to prolong your sports career. He listened and nodded seriously. This is the first one, and this is a long-term maintenance. Jess has a medical team at the Warriors, and they will make requirements for you in real time. I will write them a specific plan, and you just need to follow it. The old lady said and stood up. Speaking of the long term, let's talk about the present. According to your physical condition, I have first prescribed a set of recovery movements for you, as well as massage, acupuncture and medicinal baths. This is external, and there are also internal medications. You can ask someone to consider the specific methods and the use of medicines. Both Chinese and Western medicines can be used. It is estimated that you will have to eat a lot of food. Yao Ming immediately said that there was no problem. The old lady was a martial artist. Yao Ming absolutely believed in her orthopedics and muscles. Especially when it comes to maintaining a peace. There is nothing to say. This does not look like a 90-year-old lady. She looks young even in her 50s. This way of keeping fit should be learned. Master Yang, I will just follow your instructions. I'm not an expert in medicine, but I will cooperate with you if you tell me to do this. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. Okay, we will start the treatment today. You will have to stay here for at least a week. We will do the early treatment first and cure your hidden injuries step by step to reduce your chance of future injuries. This week, we will mainly lay a good foundation for treatment so that you won't have to worry so much in the future. Do you have any questions? 1 week? Yao Ming did have some things to do, such as advertising and activities, but for the sake of his future sports career, he thought about it and decided to listen to the old lady and cure his body first. And this seems to be not just a matter of sports career, but also related to the rest of his life. Athletes are blessed by their bodies in the early stage, but they suffer from their bodies in the later stage. For a basketball player like him who is in his 30s, sometimes he has to drain the water from his knees, and he has to carry some equipment to accelerate blood circulation, to relieve the pain of hidden injuries. Now, according to the old lady's words, it seems that all these can be cured. If he is not tempted, it will be impossible. As for the treatment fee, since you will be working for Jess in the future, we will give you a discount. Don't worry about that. I will email you the bill in a moment. Ask the finance department to take a look. The old lady said, not at all embarrassed. After all, this is very normal in the United States. Okay, I have saved a lot of money over the years, so the cost is not a problem. Yao Ming has also been in the United States for several years, and he is used to the things here. That's good. I'll use the best medicine. Then she looked at Zhao Jixi and said, get some ginseng that's a little older. I need about 1/3 of it. This is your man. You can't be too cheap. How can that be? Don't worry, it's the cost price. It must be the cost price. Zhao Jixi looked downstairs at Yao Ming, as if he was talking to him. But master, does brother Yao need ginseng for this injury? This is to replenish his body and remove hidden injuries. It was fine when he was young because of these years of exercise. He has increased his body weight and his functions have begun to decline with age. Now he is eating the old capital of his body. If he gets a little older, he will have to pay it back slowly. He should make up for it while he is not too old so that he won't be so easily injured in the future. The old lady looked at Yao Ming and said to Zhao Jixi, oh, that's fine. I'll go to the warehouse and get a 120-year-old one. I guarantee that my brother Yao will be healed. It's not a dream to keep him at the peak for another 1 or 2 years on the court. Zhao Jixi said. Yao Ming listened with a look of gratitude. This boss was really worthy of love. He said he would take the 100-year-old ginseng. He had never seen such a good thing before, and he took it out just for him. What a good boss. At this moment, Yao Ming's favorability towards Zhao Jixi increased. Didn't you get 3 200-year-old mountain ginsengs from South Korea and North Korea a few days ago? Just take one. The old lady said. Zhao Jixi's face fell a little. This was something he got in reality. It was really rare in the world. If his people hadn't explored the mountains and valleys on the borders of the two countries, it would be impossible to get this kind of thing. The effect is a little different from that in space, but the meaning is different. Zhao Jixi didn't care about Yao Ming this time. Master, isn't this too exaggerated? 50 years is enough to replenish the body, 80 years is enough, 100 years is almost a luxury, and it can't be more luxurious. If you don't add 10 years, it's almost a qualitative change. You're 200 years old, not just that. The smallest ones are almost 230 years old. Yao Ming swallowed several times when he heard this. This old lady is really an expert. The medicine is really very high and powerful. The ginseng of more than 200 years. He has heard of only more than 70 years in China, and they are not sold. There are almost no ginsengs of more than 20 or 30 years in the market. Some large Chinese medicine stores still sell, or take them out, based on the person and the money. But if he has the opportunity to use this good thing, he would be too fake if he is not tempted. Just looking at the heartbroken face of his big boss, the little heart in his big body began to stop. I don't know if he will take out such a good thing. If he doesn't take it, he really has nothing to say. After all, they were willing to use a 100-year-old one at the beginning, which was very respectful. You may not be able to buy such a good thing in China. Zhou Jixi was very touched that he could use it on him. He actually wanted to keep some of it for himself, so that he could go back and let his parents have some when they have time. It is a good thing to strengthen the body, replenish the essence and save life. Why do you want to hide such good things? You have collected a lot of ginseng from all over the world, but I don't see you use it. Can your medicinal incense be used? When he said this, he immediately pinched the outsiders. Old Mrs. Zhou knew something about the production of medicinal incense, but she didn't know where Zhou Jixi got it. It was probably in that place in the farm, which was quite hidden. She only knew that this boy customized several incense machines, all of which were high-end products, and later he didn't know where he took them. Every time he made an incense, he had to travel a long way, and no one knew where he got it. But this really has an advantage. At least the last theft did not affect the medicinal incense, which was fortunate. In addition to the issue of medicinal incense production, Zhou Jixi also boasted that not much ginseng would be needed. He only said that the key materials might be out of stock at any time in order to increase the price and cultivate a sense of crisis among customers, leaving himself a way to increase the price in the future. Chapter 917. Ginseng. The old lady looked at Zhou Jixi's expression and laughed twice. This kid still couldn't change his hamster habit of hiding things. He didn't know how many ginsengs he had bought in these years. Not to mention those that are more than 200 years old. He has those that are more than 300 years old. I don't know where these things are hidden after they are sold. I guess they must have dug a basement to store them. You kid are really something. He scolded him with a smile. Not all of them are for Zhou. He really can't use so much by himself. I also need to use it to make some medicine recently. I thought that using 200 years of ginseng, he can recover faster, and the dosage doesn't need too much. It's equivalent to me curing Zhou, and I can do what I need. Come back and forth, didn't you save one? Zhou Jixi always felt that something was wrong, but if you calculate it this way, it's true. If you give Yao Ming 100 years of ginseng leaves, you get one, and if you give the master one, you get one. If you calculate it this way, you get 200 years of ginseng leaves, don't you save one? Master is really a master. Amazing. This family has an old man like a treasure. The old lady who fooled her apprentice really wanted to give him a thumbs up. This child is really incurable when he is stupid sometimes. Well, you ask someone to get the things. I will help Zhou start the treatment today. She went to the medicine cabinet to prepare the medicine. The high-tech medicine cabinet looked at Yao Ming, a man from the Celestial Empire, dumbfounded. This is the modern and future Chinese medicine equipment. It is really sci-fi. This equipment is awesome. Zhou Jixi went out to get ginseng. This good thing is actually kept in the space for warming. Compared with the ginseng grown in his own space, that consumes a lot of spiritual energy, it is obviously much more cost-effective to buy it outside. Space is his most precious thing, and the spiritual energy converted from the mother tree in the space is the foundation to support the expansion of space. He will only complain about less of this thing, not more, and ginseng is obviously a consumable. It is not cost effective to plant too much. So after warming up in the space, the appearance becomes better and the medicinal effect can be better preserved. When selling outside, the price can be doubled or tripled. His subordinates have done too much. In the early stage, he said that the price of one root is at least enough for him to buy 3 roots. This is how the money and funds come from, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Because it is inevitable to encounter competitors when purchasing ginseng. Zhou Jixi's ginseng locust team directly uses money to buy, as long as it is over 100 years old. Many people outside call them golden locusts. Of course, there are also fesses locusts. After all, the color is similar. Let's not talk about buying ginseng. In a certain area, it is famous for being as fragrant as gold even if it stinks. It's mainly because the buyer and seller have different positions. The seller makes money, and the buyer has no goods. It is normal for Zhou people to praise or scold on both sides. Another point is that their sale of ginseng is like walking on the road at night. When luck comes, you will encounter ghosts. So they have sold to many people, and it is inevitable that some people get some news. Even if it is gossip, it is still a gossip. Anyway, Zhou people have never admitted that the seller and the buyer are not the same group of people. They just share some information at most. There are 2 basements in the villa. One is for wine, and the other is for valuables. Old man Bud has a lot of collections and artworks stored in the basement. Zhou took the watch out from the basement. There are some good things in it. He didn't touch it much. He just took a look at a few artworks and didn't do anything else. It's not time to be short of money. If you don't check more, there may be surprises in the future. There are also some antiques and cultural relics from the Celestial Empire, and some cultural relics from other European countries, but they are not many, and only occupy a small space. According to Zhou idea, there are about 10 or 20 million US dollars. It's better than adding up a few things, or maybe not as valuable as the watch. Zhou usually takes a few famous watches, and there are some other watches, all in boxes. Zhou himself likes the Rolex Collector's Edition more. This name is a bit rustic in the Celestial Empire, but it also represents a classic name. The old man has a full set of watches in his collection. 8 watches add up to more than 200 US dollars, but he doesn't wear them. Besides, they are not the most expensive ones, so he just looks at them. He walked into the underground entrance of his house, entered the password, and verified to enter the wine cellar on the 1st floor. Then he pressed a button in a hidden position behind a wine cabinet, and the entrance to the 2nd floor appeared. This time the verification was stricter. After a few actions, he entered the 2nd floor. There were several cabinets and tables inside, which were originally used to place things. There was also his incense machine, which was also placed inside. This thing was used to cover the medicinal fragrance. One person can operate it. He usually operates the machine, so there are still some powder and fragrance here. In most cases, he still lets the little fairy do it better and more effectively, and he keeps it to conceal his tracks. There is also a large cabinet similar to a medicine cabinet on the left wall, but the grids are a little smaller. It contains some of Zhou's ginseng. He would also put in some ginseng that he had planted in the space. When selling, he would directly use the ginseng in the space. The medicinal effect was 1 to 2 times better than that of the same year outside. If the variety was good, some luck would basically be equivalent to 3 times the ginseng. Such things could basically be sold as ginseng of a good year. He would never do anything to suffer a loss. The ones placed here were just for show. There were still goods. He came here to pick up the goods for demonstration. Safety had to be paid more attention to these days. Zhou preferred to downplay the existence of the space, especially when he had such wealth. He would use it as little as possible. Safety was the first priority. He took out the ginseng that was warmed in the space. This ginseng was already packed in a metal box on the outside and a silk cloth or wooden box on the inside. It was a good product of 230 years, and it looked like an old man. There was another one that looked like a doll and had fewer roots. The roots of this old man were very dense, and the main part was actually very thin, like an old man in clothes. The other one was brought from North Korea, and it already had a face. He took that good thing under the mother tree to see if he could make it alive. These are genuine 100-year-old ginsengs, which are very different from the ones he bred. The medicinal effect may be better in the space, but an unspeakable feeling told him that these genuine ginsengs outside that have experienced hundreds of years are not comparable to those bred in the space. They survive alone in nature and have experienced wind, frost, and rain for hundreds of years. Just think about how difficult it must be for them to grow up. In short, the feeling is indescribable, and he is reluctant to give it up. Especially since he is a little superstitious. The oldest one has a face, which makes people want to keep it for themselves. Now he has an old man and a baby in his hands. Zhou Jixi thought about it and still felt reluctant to give up either one. He directly decided to take the one that looks like a baby. He took this one with him and took out 10 boxes, which were all warmed up. Take it out and sell it to his ginseng team so that he doesn't have to make another trip. After he got out of the basement, he made a phone call and asked Wu Xiaowen to come and take away 5 boxes first and store the others outside so that it would be convenient to pick them up later. After handing the things to Wu Xiaowen, he rode slowly to the glass greenhouse. Yao Ming had already run into a metal medicine barrel similar to a bathtub in an isolated glass room. Usually, this thing has a lid, but this time the lid is probably removed so that Yao Ming can soak in it. I wonder if she is naked, Zhou Jixi thought after taking a look. His master, Mrs. Yang, was still adjusting something at the computer outside. Anyway, she was definitely using this high-tech thing well. Compared with the original era, the convenience brought by this technology is much easier and more labor-saving. Master, the ginseng is here. Zhou Jixi handed the thing to the old lady and said. Mrs. Yang took it and looked at it in her hands with a look of emotion on her face. I didn't expect that I can still use this good stuff now. It's really my luck. Master, what are you talking about? Zhou Jixi didn't quite understand what the old lady meant. It sounded like the master needed it. When I was young, I saw it once in the home of master who used to be an official in the Qing dynasty in my hometown. At that time, it was a ginseng that looked like a fat baby. When your master took me to visit his family, he happened to be in the hall appraising treasures. His 300-year-old ginseng had a face, and you could vaguely see the facial features. Then he pointed at the ginseng Zhou Jixi brought and said, your 200-year-old ginseng has already opened its face, which is quite rare. If it had a few decades, it would be a treasure. Master, a few decades is too much. It will grow 4 decades. The two of us combined may not be able to survive it. Zhou Jixi said. Shut up. The old lady quickly scolded Zhou Jixi after hearing what he said, then put her hands together and chanted children's words should be kept safe. Children's words should be kept safe. Then she looked at Zhou Jixi and said, hurry up and slap yourself twice and chant with me. Well, Zhou Jixi didn't dare to say anything more when he saw her serious look, so he slapped himself twice and then chanted with the old lady, children's words should be kept safe. Please don't blame the gods. After chanting for several minutes, the old lady was done. She looked at her apprentice and said, I still want to live for a few more decades. You are adding 2 by 2. How can we divide our ages? You kid, don't use your brain when you speak. Zhou Jixi realized that he was lucky and it was possible to live for 100 years. The old lady, who was about to know the destiny of 90, was still thinking about living for 100 years. Isn't this looking for death? He quickly followed the old lady to apologize and promised, I promise there won't be a next time. This time I made a common sense mistake. Master, you will definitely live a long life. There will be no problem seeing NIU's child giving birth. The old lady smiled helplessly as she spoke to her apprentice. I worry too much. I also want to live longer. This old woman is indeed a little superstitious. Master. Chapter 918. Happy New Year to everyone. Yao Ming will basically stay here this week. Zhou Jixi has so many guest rooms that he doesn't need to worry about anything. It's just that there is one more person when exercising every morning. Yao Ming starts exercising according to the movements taught by the old lady. Zhou Jixi is a little bored when he sees the slow movements. Fortunately, there is one more sport after exercising, that is, playing basketball. Zhou Jixi still feels a little pressure when playing basketball with such a high center. Height and arm length are all oppressive. When he and Yao Ming started to fight, he wanted to rely on his body to beat this little giant, but Yao Ming has been in the NBA for many years, and Zhou Jixi has lost his temper. He always bumps into Yao Ming, and he seems to be a little embarrassed. He can only ask Yao Ming for a few tricks to practice for fun. Recently, he has taken a lot of photos and saved them. If it weren't for the wrong timing, he would have uploaded them directly to Tomcat. But this doesn't have to wait too long. The media outside are already speculating about the whereabouts of several free agents this year. It is no secret that Zhou intends to opt out of the player option this year, and the Rockets do not intend to give him a big contract. What is important now is his destination, and which team among these teams he belongs to, until the time is almost right, especially after Nowitzki has reached an agreement. Zhou smiled. Those two people did a really good job. They have already settled the two in the early summer, so there is time to do public relations for the little emperor. This gorilla is a character who will not release the eagle until he sees the rabbit, which also gives him a headache. A week later, Nowitzki's agent and the Warriors announced separately that the two sides have signed a contract and he will play for the Warriors. After this incident caused a commotion, Zhou posted a photo of him playing basketball with Zhou on his Tomcat. This attention was immediately attracted again. In one day, his fans increased by more than 200,000, and Tomcat increased by more than 300,000 users. And the most important thing is that this number is still rising. He believes that in a few days, he can bring more international users who like basketball and Zhou. The marketing department of Tomcat Company is already in awe of the boss. The boss is really good at attracting attention, and he doesn't mind attracting attention himself. Now he has even brought in a group of sports stars. Now Tomcat has a wider audience and international users. Especially Zhou and Nowitzki are both international players, and there are many fans outside the United States. Curry of the Warriors is also an international player. The boss has made a good calculation. Recently, the company has started financing at a valuation of $3 billion US. Some people who thought Zhou was too arrogant in the early stage did not say a word and were eager to write a check to send money. Compared with Twitter, which doesn't know when it will make money, Tomcat can at least make a lot of advertising fees. If it increases its expansion efforts, it will definitely lose money. But it is also better than Twitter, which still dares not to advertise and make some profit plans. Tomcat has more investment value and obviously has great ambitions in terms of profit. There is another point that many people have noticed, that is, Zhou does not value Tomcat's equity very much. According to the gossip, he may only keep less than 20% of the shares in the third round of financing plan, or even less. Jobs is already on the list of the first round of financing plan, and there are also Apple board members such as Zhou and the foundation inside all want to raise funds in the first round. This is already a clear investment that can make money. Let's not talk about things like listing, but the equity sales in the secondary market can also guarantee them to make a fortune. Especially the third round of financing plan, which is said to be $30 billion US, makes the previous early financing very attractive. 10 times the profit. If you are not tempted, you are really not a qualified businessman. Zhou has begun to be a little reckless about Tomcat and boldly started to play the passing game. He did not plan to cash out in the first round, but when he raised funds in the second and third rounds, he planned to do internal transactions and cash out his shares in cash or part of the equity of other companies. He really doesn't know how to make money with this kind of social stuff. In the past, Twitter didn't have a good profit plan after it went public. It just relied on the breath that it would make a profit sooner or later, as long as it had users to support those investors and shareholders. This is basically playing a game of passing the ball. No, it should be said that after passing the bomb, the last person will always be killed. He also planned so. If he could get a few billion, he would really make money, but that was a bit unrealistic. His final plan was to have about 30 to 40 billion stocks of other companies, which would be really profitable. Tomcat is indeed in a good situation now. He is also trying his best to suppress Twitter. Poaching people to suppress it is the best and most effective way. Zhou doesn't care about being shameless, as long as the effect is good. He spent so much money to hire a strategic team, isn't it just to suppress Twitter to develop Tomcat? Let's not talk about the current situation first. Zhou and Zhou returned to San Francisco together. It was the day after Nowitzki signed the contract. At this time, Zhou and the Warriors announced that he signed with the Warriors. After the photo of them playing basketball together was released, this news was not too sudden in the eyes of some people. Zhou is the owner of an NBA team and is of the same ethnicity as Zhou. Zhou is also a very good player. Under this circumstance, it would be a bit abnormal if he did not dig Yaoming. So the news of the Warriors in the past 2 days immediately attracted an uproar from people and the media. Many media were surprised and questioned that, by signing these two patients, would he make the Warriors a nursing home for the new season? Zhou ignored the pressure in this regard. Would he tell such a fool that the German tank, this awesome thing, would snipe the Heat Big Three and get the championship ring? Those three guys who hugged their thighs would take a taxi home to go fishing pitifully for this patient. Would he tell you this? If possible, Zhou would of course, but it would be a big talk to say it now. Adhering to the attitude that some things should be kept low-key, he still held back his happiness. Although Yaoming retired in his previous life, his injuries in this life have recovered very well with the old lady. Now he is also making some weight reduction plans for his body, trying to lose more fat, build muscle, and reduce weight a little bit, so that his knees and physical strength can also support him to spend more time on the court. Otherwise, he would start panting with his waist muscles in the fourth quarter, which would be a bit ugly. And the most important thing is that his body is now much stronger than before, as long as he makes efforts. He is almost recovering his peak moment. Although I don't know how many years he can maintain it, it should be 1 or 2 years. It would be enough to get him a championship ring within these 2 years, and the rest will be discussed slowly later. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to do what these people will do when they are old after the championship. That is all for the future. Now he has just joined the Warriors and has not won any championship. As long as he can win one in the San Francisco area, he can basically become a god. June 19th is definitely a good day for Warriors fans and Chinese. On the 18th and 19th, they received heavy news for 2 consecutive days. 2 all-star players joined the team, one is German and the other is Chinese. Both are all-star level figures, which is really the biggest surprise. Sports journalists are equally surprised, especially Chinese sports journalists. This year, a Chinese owner joined the NBA team, which is fresh and exciting enough. I didn't expect that there are so many news about this Chinese owner. He is the youngest richest and the youngest richest. He often has scandals with entertainment stars. He is really a good boss who can increase sales and clicks. Now he has brought 2 big news. He brought Yaoming and now it's Ski. My god, these news that seemed like a dream have been announced one after another. Several players in the Warriors team also expressed their feelings on Tomcat. They all expressed their welcome and expectation for having these 2 people to play in the team. Below are a lot of replies and likes from Warriors fans and Chinese people, which have increased the fans and attention of many players who usually don't get much attention in the NBA. The situation in China has become even more serious. News posts on forums online have all put photos of Zhou, Yaoming, and now it's Ski on them, and the headlines are full of comments about the significance of these. Chinese fans are cheering beyond words. Yaoming should have left that stingy Alexander long ago. He should not hang out with that McGrady who betrays his teammates. He has a lot of injuries, and the kind of fake injuries that become real. Yaoming was once a great figure in the Great Wall, but he was made a patient in the Rockets. Now that he has come to the Chinese territory, it would be unjust if he is not taken care of. Fans are ready to support the Warriors next season. With Chinese owners and Chinese players, what team can feel more like a home team than this? Many people have begun to analyze the current Warriors lineup. Now it's Ski, Yaoming, and Ellis are all stars. Will the team be built around Yaoming? This immediately triggered a discussion, but considering Ellis's bad character, this guy would definitely not think of giving up the core and the boss position. Yaoming is an honest man, and it seems unrealistic to follow a gangster to compete for the position of the boss. Ellis was badly criticized. This guy has a bad character and is not a good person. He was immediately criticized as a Taoist. Chapter 919 Answer. After careful analysis of the Warriors, it can be seen that the Warriors' current lineup is not the best. There are not enough power forwards and small forwards. Although Nowitzki can play in many positions, he is also a great 3-point shooter. Yaoming is a top traditional center. Ellis is a bit unreliable. Last year's rookie Curry is worth looking forward to. This baby-faced guy looks much better than Ellis. He is an honest kid and should follow Yaoming. He has great potential and is a good rookie. In addition, the salary is cheap. If they drive away that dog, Bay, they can sign an all-star. These people really guessed right. In order to leave salary space, Mullen and old Nelson have decided to send Ellis away and plan to pave the way for Curry, the rookie point guard. The team now has old players and needs to train some new talents. It's just that at the shooting guard position, there is no better shooting guard in the market than Monta Ellis. Wade is very good, but they can't dig him. Finally, old Nelson made a decision directly. This guy should just leave. The most important thing about Ellis is that he is a one-man show. It would be better if this guy could learn from Curry. That honest kid is willing to make and pass the ball. Now the team is not short of scorers. Ellis's smallness, flexibility, and speed are indeed a good means of attack under the bombardment tactics. Now that we have Yao Ming and Nowitzki, and we have also discussed some intentions with James and Bosch, these people are here, and there is no shortage of scorers at all. 3-point shooting Nowitzki is a great figure, and scorers James and Bosch are both good substitutes. In addition, there is Yao Ming for rebounding, and Curry can practice ball control. Old Nelson is very optimistic about this kid. After reaching this lineup, why do we need Ellis? In addition, the salary of more than 10 million is really a bit too high for him. Curry is only 3 million. You can't put a player worth more than 10 million next to the water dispenser because of the problem of ball possession. If the boss only pays more than 10 million in luxury tax, he, as a coach, dares to do this, and he will definitely be killed in the Warriors. After the Warriors top management finished their discussion, things became simple. The next thing was to do all the public relations for James and Chris Bosch. Sending Monta Ellis away would leave enough salary space so that some good players could be added to the bench. Signing some veterans with weight was already a must. Veteran contracts were cheap and could bring some surprises from time to time. Use the money to form a substitute lineup, and then use some money to sign some guaranteed contracts, which would save a lot of money. The 15-man lineup for this season was almost complete. After Zhou and Yao Ming separated, he went to the Warriors. After driving to the place, he was surprised to see the reporters outside. There were really a lot of people holding various media signs inside and outside. After a careful look, there were at least more than 90 media outlets. Some people left outside one after another, and some new people came. He had already seen more than 20 or 30 Chinese media outlets. China is so vast that there are so many media outlets. There were not too many German media outlets, but there were also 7 or 8. Many people from Turkey also came, probably to interview Curry. The media in the San Francisco area and the local media in Oakland were the least of his worries. There were also media from Houston and people from Dallas. Zhou thought that they were probably here to scold him or to spy on him. There were also media from other teams. He thought that he hadn't done much yet and so many people came. If he could really sign the little emperor, it would be a big deal. He really wouldn't come out without hundreds of media. Now he was surrounded by reporters outside. If it weren't for the fact that his car window glass couldn't see what was going on inside, they would probably swarm up and knock on the car door. He said a few words to his security consultant Zhou, and Zhou started talking on the intercom. Then the security guards of the car behind and in front got off first. They were tall and strong and squeezed out a path among a bunch of reporters. Several people held hands to block the reporters outside, leaving a passage wide enough for Zhou to walk. Seeing that the situation was almost settled, Jay Chou opened the car door and walked out. Suddenly, Jess Chou, it's Jess Chou, the owner of the Warriors. Oh my god, it's really him. After these shouts came out, reporters began to squeeze towards his position. The bodyguards on both sides, the shortest of whom was 1.9 meters tall, bulged their muscles and stood firm, and did not let the reporters squeeze Jay Chou. He walked all the way with sunglasses on. If it weren't for the strict security, he felt that he might have been crushed into a pancake. When he left, the reporters just threw a bunch of curious questions at him, watching those men and women squeezing the bodyguards to pass the microphone to him. This hard-working look, Jay Chou, with a trace of sympathy, stopped at the platform in front of the door before entering the gate to answer one or two questions. He waved his hand to signal the reporters to stop. Everyone, please stop talking. If you keep doing this, I can't say what I want to say. Everyone, Please be quiet. I will answer a few questions so that you can report back. As expected, the reporters stopped making noises. They looked up at the young NBA boss excitedly. They highly praised his attitude of speaking. Of course, they would criticize him when they should. They could only say more disgusting and flattering words when they were praising him. Well, they are also doing it for their jobs. There were many fans who had recently visited the Warriors training ground, especially now that they had signed to stars, and one of them was Chinese. So there were more yellow-skinned fans here, but it seemed that not all of them were Chinese. Some were not Asian. After living in the United States for a long time, they had similar skin colors and could communicate well with each other. It was just that sometimes the Chinese were too arrogant and might not pay attention to these people. Okay, let me first answer your questions. I have high expectations for the Warriors this season. Signing Yao Ming, and now it's ski is just the beginning. Our goal is not just to create a Black 8 miracle. The Warriors can go further. Zhou said with a smile as he looked at these people. Whether you think I'm bragging or not, for those lovely fans and my favorite Warriors, making the playoffs will be my most basic requirement this year. Someone from the reporter spoke up immediately. Mr. Zhou, aren't you afraid of putting more pressure on the management by saying this? Zhou frowned and looked at him and said, pressure? No, I don't think so. Working under a boss who is willing to spend money, if they can't do anything, it's not me who puts pressure on them, but they don't have the ability. Mr. Zhou, regarding the signing of Yao Ming, did you put pressure on the management? You signed him without a physical examination document. Are you afraid of injuries? Zhou thought for a while and said, no, we didn't sign Yao Ming without preparation. I don't deny that I like this Chinese player very much. But before signing, my medical team had already made a very detailed physical report on Yao Ming and also made a specific recovery plan. I'm very confident that Yao Ming will be a different Yao Ming this year. Medical team? Mr. Zhou, the Warriors medical team doesn't seem to be that capable? Someone questioned. Zhou laughed twice before saying, no, I'm not talking about the original medical team. That's the branch team of the biological laboratory where I personally invested $50 million. We have recruited famous sports medical experts from Europe and the United States to form this new medical team. I believe that in the future, the Warriors will be a trustworthy presence for both the boss and the players in terms of medical security. 50 million. As soon as this was said, the smiles on the faces of the reporters below increased. Now there is really something to write about. Such a large investment in medical care is definitely the first in the NBA team. Oh my god, happiness comes so quickly that the reporters are a little dazed. Zhou's words are strongly misleading. The 50 million is not only used for the medical team. Biological research is the biggest expense, and the sports medical team only occupies a part of the funds. And those who heard Zhou's plan on the periphery almost cheered and clapped their hands to cheer and respect the new boss. Many men looked at him with thumbs up and a smile on their faces. Zhou also waved and said hello to the fans and expressed his gratitude politely and said that he had received their thanks. This made the fans very happy. Compared with the owners of other teams, he can be said to be the owner who is closest to the fans. He is usually polite and cultured. When he goes to the team to watch the game, he often treats the fans to Bao Zhuang's food. Of course, some people think it would be better if they could get some other fast food. These made the fans feel a lot of recognition for this new owner. And this is what Zhou wants. He bought the team for influence, and the fans are part of the influence. This is related to future political votes and canvassing activities. The fans have a good impression of him, so if he canvasses for someone, is it possible that he will be biased towards him? That is of course a certain thing, which is why he would rather pay the luxury tax than make the Warriors an influential team. If there are more stars, it will be more entertaining to pull people in for a show. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 920, The Media. Mr. Zhou, it is reported that the Warriors management is in contact with James. Are you interested in bringing him to the Warriors? Report? Zhou Jixi smiled and said, aren't you the ones who are doing the reporting? But James is a very good player. I like his playing style and methods. If I have the ability, I will bring Mr. James to the fans. As soon as Zhou Jixi said this, there was an uproar again. The Warriors boss expressed his interest in James. Doesn't that mean that he will seriously join the competition for big name free agents this summer? This bloody competition is really getting more and more interesting. Think about the current Heat and other teams. They are all starting to clean up their team's salary space and personnel in order to introduce several big name players. The Warriors' recent actions also seem to be making plans on the one hand. Sure enough, this new boss is ambitious. It's just that the Warriors, who have already signed 3 all-stars, can sign more stars in the future. If Zhou Jixi hadn't seen a lot of Chinese reporters, he wouldn't bother to say so much, and the chat is almost over. After waving to the reporters, he turned and went into the room, ignoring those reporters who were still not satisfied. If he continued to talk, there would be no fun, so he left quickly. I didn't expect this young rich man to be so ambitious. It seems that the competition in the Western Conference this year is very intense. The reporter said in a conversation. Well, it's really surprising that they brought 2 all-star players just after taking over. After entering, Zhou Jixi looked back at the reporters, who had not left, smiled and said to Zhou, who was following him, it's disgusting to see that you are not too enthusiastic. Boss, it's because there is no news value that makes these people disgusted. Zhou said. Reality. He wanted to say something philosophical to communicate with his security consultant, but the phone rang at that time. Sorry, I have to answer the call. Zhou nodded. Zhou Jixi picked up the phone after looking at the phone number. Hello, I'm a relative of Li Jun. Since Li Jun himself is a little inconvenient now, his mother has passed away. Your name is listed on the friend list. A ceremony will be held in XXX in 3 days, at XXX PM. The words were very simple and the phone was hung up without saying more. Okay, I will be there. Zhou Jixi said this at the end. At this moment, he didn't know what to feel. His friend's mother passed away. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. In China, he only knew to go to worship or something, and the specific process was not very clear. He was even less clear about Korea. According to the TV series, should he go to worship by himself, have a meal with a bunch of people there, and then leave? Hi. He sighed and didn't know what to say more. Going to Korea, it just happened that there were some things to deal with recently. I will take a look at the team's affairs here first. The rest really depends on the ability of their management. To put it bluntly, I'm just an outsider except for money. He didn't understand a lot of the operating rules, and he felt bad for spending too much money. Let's filter this out first, and then the group went to the management meeting. When he arrived, there were already 7 or 8 people inside, including the top management and the core members of the coaching staff. Of course, the United States doesn't want to be like Japan and South Korea, where everyone has to stand up and bow to you when you come in. Everyone just greeted Zhou Jixi politely, and then he went to his seat and sat down and looked at them. He moistened his throat and said, we have achieved good results recently. At least we have finalized 2 all-star players. I'm very satisfied with everyone's work. Now let's talk about the next plan. Zhou Jixi looked at millennia-old Nelson. The current salary situation in the team is not very good. Yao Ming joined our team with a pay cut. According to the 3+1 4-year contract of $60 million with a player option in the 3rd year, we will pay $15 million this year. Malen said first. Zhou Jixi nodded. Brother Yao was still very considerate. Of course, in the Rockets, he might be able to have an annual salary of $20 million now, but that is when the boss is willing to give him a contract. According to the original history, Yao Ming also received an annual salary of more than $20 million, and then he retired directly. He has now signed a contract of $60 million, which can at least allow him to get 2 or 3 years, which is much more cost effective than the $20 million. In addition to the extra 2 years, Yao Ming can also get more advertising and endorsement contracts, which are all profitable. If they make it to the finals, Yao Ming's net worth will double greatly, and he will retire and go home with the championship ring. The advertising value is just right. Compared with the previous life, he can eat advertising meals for several more years. The people of Team Yao also took it into consideration. Originally, Yao Ming had some thoughts of retiring this year. They are not the kind of people who want Yao Ming to retire. Now they want to detach the team. As long as he is still in the NBA in the United States, his commercial value is still top notch, and the salary issue will not be too important. In addition, the contract is about to expire. If Alexander didn't look at the Chinese market and might be able to earn back his salary, he would have thought about trading this sick man. With so much salary freed up, he can rebuild the team immediately. Yao Ming is really good, but you only play for half a season, and the rest of the time you have to recuperate. Are you going to play in the playoffs? You can earn a lot by asking for tickets for 6 or 7 games in the playoffs, plus a share of the broadcasting fees, etc. Zhou Jixi thought it was almost done, and Malin continued to report, "We have paid a lot for Nowitzki, because the team's plan this year is very attractive, plus your determination and perseverance, and the efforts of Coach Nelson. We have reached a consensus with Nowitzki. The German agreed to take a pay cut to join our Warriors, but he needs a long-term contract and a trade veto." Zhou Jixi frowned immediately. He knew about this treaty, and because he knew it all, he had some doubts. Isn't this the only one in the entire league that has Kobe? Does he want it too? Yes, this is the condition for the German to sign with us, Malin said calmly. He is 32 years old. Signing a long-term contract will have a great impact on the future of the team. If he can't play anymore, he still has the right to veto trades. Isn't this just squeezing our salary space? Jay Chou is very sensitive about the money. These are Nowitzki's conditions. Without them, he won't agree to sign with the Warriors. We also discussed for a long time before deciding to agree to his conditions. Old Nelson looked at Jay Chou and said, "How big is the contract?" Jay Chou asked with a deep breath. Malin looked at Old Nelson first. The old guy signaled him to speak quickly. This was agreed when they talked. If the Dallas Mavericks were not still struggling with these two conditions, they would not have been able to conquer the Germans first. After all, the salary they offered was not much, not even $20 million. If he didn't have the right to veto, and the 4-year contract here, plus playing under a Chinese boss, and playing with the Chinese Yao Ming, he could still accept the Chinese market in the future. His agent would not have let him sign with the Warriors. This year's Warriors is indeed a good news point. According to professional reports, when the new owner took over, the entire bull market rose by several percentage points, and the stadium attendance rate also rose to more than 80%. A 4-year contract of $72 million plus a trade veto. $72 million. Yao Ming didn't even get that much. He was silent and didn't say anything. He had to digest the disappearance of this money. Are you sure he is German and not Jewish? The tense atmosphere in the office was finally eased by his words. His agent is a Jew, Malin said. Fuck, Zhou Jixi didn't say it, otherwise so many people would have been racially discriminated. Okay, let's talk about something else. We've signed the contract, and the money has to be spent anyway. Okay, boss, Malin said, and then he started to say, our management plans to send Ellis away. He is a bit redundant, now that we have more offensive players. In addition, his playing will squeeze out a lot of ball rights, which is not good news for us to bring in James and others. Yeah. He nodded, then sent him away quickly, and get back good things, draft picks and players, etc. I don't know much about these, just do it as you see fit. We plan to get some draft picks back. Ellis' contract is still very good, with a salary of more than 11 million, plus the current data. There is a good market for trading. James and others are probably signing first and then trading. We don't have so many draft picks to pay, or we will sell the future, and we may have to pay luxury tax every year in the future. This is not a reasonable approach, Malin said. He agreed with what his operations manager said. Although he just wanted to get the championship ring as soon as possible, it was still a good choice to preserve the potential for the future under this premise. Well, this is great. Our current plan is for James and Bosch. We need to clean up a large part of the players in the team. After all, there is not much salary space left. We need to sign some veterans and players with guaranteed contracts. Oh. Do you have any goals? Zhou Jixi asked habitually. There was nothing to ask about these, but when he thought of the veterans, weren't they the famous players in the past? Wouldn't it be very attractive to Chinese fans if they brought them back? You know, after McGrady became that awesome, he still had a good fan base in China. If he got some of the big name stars from the past, it would also increase the international reputation of his team. Chapter 921, Veteran Dream Team. Malin was a little slow to react to this question. Doesn't the boss only like stars? Why did he suddenly ask about those players with junk contracts? Asking was asking. He motioned to old Nelson to speak. He knew more about these. If we want to form a Big Four team, we need to hire some big assistants. These assistants must be cheap and can help the team at critical moments, especially in the playoffs. We need some veterans to help the team with their experience. Yeah. Zhou also thought this made sense. There are many players available in the market at present, and we plan to sign many of them with veteran contracts. According to the analysis and speculation of the coaching staff, first of all, we need 1, 2, or 3 people at the point guard position to teach Curry what a point guard is. This is very critical. After all, he is still too young. In the playoffs, we need more experienced players to cooperate with the players on the court. Old Nelson is now also doing it according to the configuration of the Giants. After all, the boss's plan is very attractive. Of course, this is only part of the plan. There is also a backup plan. If James and others cannot be hired, it is still a top star. This is a hard requirement of the boss, and they must do it. Currently we want Eddie House. He is only 33 years old, still has good physical strength, and his skills are enough to be a role player, said old Nelson. Zhou thought that he didn't seem to know this person very well, but it seemed that all the guys in the meeting room knew him, so he must be awesome. Tracy McGrady from the Knicks. Zhou was really surprised to hear this name and interrupted. Wait a minute, isn't this McGrady? Old Nelson looked at the big boss strangely. Well, it is indeed him, a player who used to team up with Yao Ming. Although his current condition is not very good, he is indeed a very experienced veteran. Recently, the Knicks brought him to the team because of a 3-party 9-player trade. Now we are just waiting for the final contract to expire and then kick him out. So the management has contacted his agent. We only need to pay a small amount of buyout cash, basically no more than $200,000 and a guaranteed minimum salary contract, to bring him to the Warriors before the contract expires. The coaching staff believes that his experience is indeed worth bringing him. How much? Zhou asked the key question. When his contract expires, he will sign a guaranteed contract as a free agent, and we need to pay $1.35 million a year. This was said by Malin. After buying Yao Ming, he actually had the opportunity to buy McGrady. This matter was a little tempting. Although he had often criticized McGrady, he could buy him with such a small amount of money. Regardless of whether he had any ability to contribute to the team, at least he could attract attention now. Are you going to make me so happy? This guy can actually do it. The attention earned from such a small amount of money is worth it. If this guy is really not good enough, he can also buy out the contract directly in less than a year and kick McGrady out. Anyway, he has been kicked out a lot in the past 2 years. Haha. Zhou smiled a little silly, and his hand unconsciously wiped his mouth. This touch also brought him back to his senses. Looking at the employees working, he said readily, "Sign him." "Okay, boss," Malin said immediately. Then old Nelson continued to flip through the documents and said, "Keith Boggins. This player is strong, agile, has outstanding defensive ability, and a broad vision. He is an experienced and smart player. Although Boggins is not good at one-on-one singles, his offensive power was decent when he was young. He is good at open offense, and his main scoring methods include reverse layups and cross hands in the air. As long as the team needs him, he can even handle the ball like a point guard. This is also what we need. We need more reserve personnel in shooting guards and point guards. And this guy is also an excellent defender. The high-intensity physical confrontation makes many people lose their shooting rhythm. Now Boggins is gradually transforming into a full-time defender with a strong style of play, and his offensive means are more to use 3-point shots from the outside. In addition, the price is cheap. As a giant assistant, he is very cost-effective. Sign. Zhou didn't understand it very well, but old Nelson said so much, which made him a little excited, and he said one word directly. I almost forgot. How much is it? $1,600,000 US. Malin continued. No problem. Try to sign him. By the way, let's talk about this. He looked at the old man and said, Allen Iverson's agent recently said that he is interested in returning to play. We have contacted him, and he is also interested in coming to us. Jay Chou was happy. This great captain of the dream team and several all-stars have known him recently. He is so eye-catching. How much? $2,300,000. Too expensive. Everyone thought Jay Chou would immediately say that he could sign, but who knew that he would say this? We have to save money. He is a veteran who has retired. I haven't calculated how long he hasn't played, but I don't understand it very well. You guys can decide. I also think his agent's offer is a bit high. A veteran contract is enough. A free agent of more than $2 million is indeed a bit expensive. Malin immediately agreed with the boss. Jay Chou nodded in satisfaction, looked at old Nelson and said, don't pay too much attention to what I said. This player is still very good. You guys can discuss a suitable price. Anyway, you are professionals. Okay boss, I think a salary of $1.65 million is very suitable for him. Let's talk about the rest. Jay Chou is now very interested in the list of assistants selected by old Nelson for the Giants. If this person comes, our Warriors will almost be a dream team. Who can think of this? Zadrunas Algorskas, a contract with an annual salary of $1.35 million US. Malin learned to be smarter than old Nelson and directly reported what Jay Chou wanted. Big Z, this guy can also come. This is really a good surprise. He muttered to himself and motioned them to continue. Carlos Arroyo is a 32-year-old Puerto Rican point guard. He is very distinctive in organization and has a good 3-point shooting rate, at least about 50%. He can be brought to the Warriors at a discounted annual salary of $1.22 million US. Type. However, he can often cause fouls when shooting 3-pointers, and his free throw shooting rate is very high. He has a positive defensive attitude and a tough style. He often has a certain height advantage when facing ordinary small forwards. He is a full-time 3-point shooter with accurate shooting and a scoring assist rate of up to 96%. He has no independent offensive ability at all, is thin, has average footwork speed, and his defensive ability is at the league average level. Another advantage is that he has enough experience and low price. His contract was just bought out by the Heat this year. Now he only needs $1 million US to come here. Zhou listened and nodded, without saying much. He is a typical person who does not need to be remembered. Juwan Howard is an experienced veteran who can adapt to most game positions. Of course, the price is very cheap. Zhou nodded. This person is indeed quite famous. He is one of the 5 Tigers of Michigan. Although he is a veteran now, he played for 3 years before retiring in his previous life. Let's sign him and see. It seems that he later became a coach of the Miami Heat. It shows that this old man still has some perspective. Sapri O'Neal. Sign. Zhou got excited when he heard the name and said immediately. But when he saw the strange faces of his subordinates, he immediately said, sorry, I used to be his fan. Don't mind what I said, you guys continue to talk, don't want it, if the price is high. Although he is 39 years old, according to the coaching staff's investigation, it is still worth signing him. He has rich experience in winning championships, which is what we need this season. $1,350,000 veteran contracts are really not expensive at all. Zhou liked this statement very much. Inexpensive is the hard truth. Sign. Damn, do I feel like I'm going to form the Warriors dream team now? These players are so eye-catching when they are signed. Who could have assembled such a dream team before? It's probably the American national basketball team, the American Dream Team. Although there are many old people in it, it doesn't matter. If I can use those people to attract a large number of eyeballs and make the Warriors more recognized by Chinese or other fans, it will be a good deal. Apart from anything else, the attendance rate, jerseys, and team peripheral products will not be a problem in the future. Should I consider setting up a sales point in China? specializing in selling authentic Warriors jerseys, and then asking the players to sign thousands of jerseys. Tut tut. It seems like a good idea. Malin continued to read out the other names. Zhou listened and thought he knew some of them or had some good reputations, so he made a special statement so that the management could sign them. The new season's list is probably finalized after this and the training camp. Then we need a few players with lower prices. After the summer, we can see if there are any suitable players in the market. Then we will look for people and clear some players here. But when Malin heard a name while reading, Zhou suddenly asked, Jamie Lin? Yes, he participated in the draft this year, but no team chose him. We think he can still improve a little, so we can try to get him here for training. If he has potential but lacks ability, we can send him to the development league for training. Malin looked at the boss as he spoke, which seemed to indicate that he wanted to sign this Chinese American. Chapter 922 Buying a Mascot. Yao Ming is an old man after all, and it is conceivable that his condition is gradually declining. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, the Chinese market that the boss wants will need to find something else to replace Yao Ming's aging. Now that such a Chinese player has been seen in the market, Malin is also based on the boss's commercialization concept, and it will not lose money to bring this player back. Zhou also pointed his finger at his head and thought, this Chinese player named Jeremy Lin seemed to have exploded once or twice in the early stage, and then gradually became mediocre, but this guy is still very popular with fans in the San Francisco Bay Area. He and the Warriors can be said to be the hometown team. But this guy's strength has only gradually improved and become stable after 3 or 4 years, at least reaching the level of a player who can eat middle-class food in the NBA. There are so many basketball players in the world, and it is really good for a Chinese to be able to mix to this level. Compared with that spacey, it is already much better. If you gradually bring him back, try it first. After all, this team is owned by a Chinese. A closer relationship with him can also ease the tension of young people and their adaptation to the team. In addition, the management and coaching staff of the team also know some of their plans, so if they take care of this guy a little, maybe he can be trained. I don't expect him to be as awesome as Yao Ming, but he should be able to earn a middle-class contract. Being a better role player and keeping him to sell tickets is also a good choice. Only in this way will Zhou and others keep him. The price is cheap, and he can be used as a mascot to attract more Chinese and Asian fans. People always want to find something in common and identify with when watching football or doing anything. If their team has a yellow-skinned boss and a yellow-skinned player, then it will become a team that Asians like and identify with. If there are slightly better people in the NBA, Zhou doesn't mind getting some Japanese or Korean people into the team to add some Asian element. He bought the team because he likes it, but there are many other things behind his love. Managing the team well is one thing, and using the team to show off and gain more influence is the most important thing. If signing a few players of other Asian descent can buy off a large number of Asians, he doesn't mind whether these people are Japanese dogs or Korean dogs. It's enough for him to get benefits. 2 years ago, the NBA had a Korean player named Ha Seung-jin who was a shrunken version of Yao Ming. This guy can be regarded as a little giant, but unfortunately he has no skills and no bounce. He can only make tip-ins and rebounds, and even his hook shots are average to average. He is a player who can please Asians, but his skills are too poor. In my previous life, I saw this guy's performance when watching international basketball games in China. In short, it was just like what the media reported. He was good at civil wars, but failed at foreign wars. Later, he could only hang around in Korea, although he was doing well. Let's put this matter aside for now. Is that so? What kind of contract does he plan to give? Zhou asked. We don't know if he can adapt to the pace of the NBA, but I think we should send him to the training camp first. If possible, we should sign a 1+1 guaranteed contract, and the second year is a team option. We still have the initiative, and basically offer him an annual salary of $470,000, which is already a good price. If he still can't meet the minimum requirements of the coaching staff, then he can only be sent to the development league for training, and then transferred back to sell tickets when possible. Obviously Malin also knows the main value of this Chinese. He graduated from Harvard and should have a good perspective and wisdom on playing basketball. If he can use this well, he still has some prospects. Old Nelson also said, physical fitness still needs to be trained, and the problem of brain is the key. If he can graduate from Harvard, he should have a good brain. Yeah. Zhou Jixi also nodded. Since you all think it's okay, then give it a try. Get rid of him as soon as possible. Now Chinese are a good hot selling product. If this guy's not really average in skills, he would have been picked by someone else in the draft. Now that he doesn't have to spend the draft pick and only needs a guaranteed contract, I think other teams will try it. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Zhou Jixi sat and thought for a while, considering the future of the team, the Korean business market, and the effect of his show to win people over. Should he try to get a few other ethnic groups to come over? After thinking for a while, he decided that everything should serve politics first. Although it was a bit disgusting to get a Korean here, he could use this Korean to trick more Koreans and North Koreans, let them consume his products, and be influenced by him to cast the votes he wanted. It seems that he can earn more this way. He can just make some political deals to transformation settlements. Tokyo City, Koreatown, Myanmar, Thailand and other settlements are all good places. People in the Chinese Federation have been eyeing these positions for a long time and want to take a bite. The white Jews in the United States dare not touch the settlements of yellow-skinned and other ethnic minorities. Even Chinatown has been in operation for several years without any movement. The people in the Chinese Federation have seen that they have already eaten the big piece of meat of Chinatown. As long as Jerry Brown takes office, the conditions he promised during this period will be realized one by one to the members of the Chinese Federation. Many local political forces in the San Francisco Bay Area are Chinese. The mayor of San Francisco is Chinese, the speaker of the San Francisco Council is also Chinese, and the secretary general is also Chinese. There are also many Chinese members and senators. In recent years, the political power of Chinese has gradually emerged. Zhou Jixi has a new batch of people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s who are willing to spend money to sponsor politics, so the Chinese are gradually allowed to occupy more positions. After the California governor agrees, it will be the local government. In this regard, Chinese Americans are confident that they will get support. They not only have the support of these Chinese political forces, but also the support of people from other ethnic groups. Just like the Chinese wealthy people spend money to support them, eggs cannot be put in one basket. It is important to do things that the wealthy spend more money on and make more friends with politicians. Jay Chou is still on good terms with Republicans. If the Democratic Party cannot get ahead after Obama leaves, he will definitely switch to the Republican Party. Maybe after Obama steps down for one term, he will become the new president's new advisor for re-election in the next term. Just like the integrity of politicians, the integrity of businessmen never needs politicians to worry about. In the future, those ethnic settlements that are still in various major cities will be good places. They can be built into high-end residential areas, office buildings, commercial areas, shopping malls, etc. They are all good places. How to do these? In addition to getting those local people, it is to get the support of the government. Here is the support of the local government, which includes the local ruling team and local congressmen and senators. Even if a person is the Secretary General of the House of Representatives, he still has his own constituency. The people in this constituency support him to become a member of the House of Representatives, and then he gets this position. See the US election law for details. After thinking about a lot of things, Zhou Jixi has some plans. A guaranteed contract of several $100,000 US, signed for 1 or half a year, or a team option. This way, it seems that there is not much loss. These Koreans from the north and south are notoriously arrogant, but they are very united. They have a strong sense of identity with their own kind. Now it is June, and I can use this Korean to hype and show for 4 or 5 months. When the votes for the governor of California are clear in November, this guy will no longer be needed. Get him to shake hands with the Chinese congressmen who are close to him and take pictures, and then shake hands with the California candidates and take pictures. Take him to the Koreatowns in cities such as San Francisco and Los Angeles to promote him. See if he has a good relationship with these people. Do charity activities. plant trees, bury the soil, care for children, etc., and canvass for votes for our candidate. Well, there is a way. Zhou Jixi didn't care about anything. He was planning to use Yaoming in this way, not to mention this Korean guy. As a campaign consultant for the current candidate, he also intended to be a campaign consultant for the president next time. If he didn't make some efforts and set up some typical cases, how could he reflect his value? So he looked at his management and coaching staff and said, I remember there was a Korean little giant similar to Yaoming in the NBA before. Malin looked at old Nelson, who nodded and looked at Zhou Jixi and said, well, he was originally selected by the Trailblazers and then sent to the Bucks. He was cut and returned to China because of injuries. Yeah. Zhou Jixi nodded and looked at the management to think about what to say. Thinking about it, he felt that he was the boss and said it himself, and it was the employees' business to do what they should do. So he said, I think this guy still has some market value. You can go check and see if there is any value you can provide to us. Even if it's a little short, you can sign a guaranteed contract or a 10-day half-month contract, at least 3 months. If you have any objections in the middle, just lay him off. I will pay for the buyout personally. As soon as he said this, many people in the conference room looked at him inexplicably. Old Nelson was already a little angry. He wanted to say something with his temper, but was stopped by Malin. 3 months. Malin had already thought of what the boss wanted to do. He was a campaign consultant for the gubernatorial candidate. Now it might take more than a month to negotiate a contract with this Korean, plus training camp, etc. After 3 months, the voters would have almost voted, and it would not matter what happened. Politics. Malin lip-synced to old Nelson, but that stopped the old guy. The boss wanted to buy a player who could get votes, and asked him to give him a guaranteed contract. In this situation, would you still say no, or say that you would quit? Chapter 923. The big boss has also agreed to pay the luxury tax to bring you top players. If you keep talking about some small things, it will not be very wise. Malin sometimes feels that the boss is still too personal and commercial, and has a strong sense of power. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a black-hearted businessman. He is still a standard rich man. Sometimes he likes to choose people based on personal preferences. He says that he doesn't care and you can do your job, but which company under his command is not influenced by him. Now he has given money to the team so that the team can sign all-star players, but he has limited this and that. Even the choice of veterans has to jump. He likes those who were famous in the past, even if they are no longer at their peak. He carefully calculated that the veterans he wanted to sign were almost all stars. For other veterans who were not all-stars, Zhou only nodded when he heard that the coaching staff thought they were good. If Nelson read out a lot of all-star veterans he knew in the documents, maybe the big boss would find a way to sign them back. Thinking of this, Malin sighed secretly. This manager is not so easy to be. The boss really can't always imagine how much he has. You can only imagine how bad it is. Maybe you can get some unexpected surprises. Okay, boss, I will arrange for scouts to go to Korea to take a look. He finally said. Zhou Jixi smiled. This time he came here and gained a lot. For Zhou Jixi, who can have those superstars and veterans, that Harshengsin is just an inconspicuous addition like a caterpillar. But for those arrogant Koreans, it is a shining beacon. There are many Korean Americans. Hundreds of thousands of dollars in exchange for dozens of votes. This business is very profitable. Then you can arrange it. The team's affairs are handed over to you. I believe you will be a team that makes me proud. Zhou Jixi said. The nonsense praise like a businessman did not arouse any excitement in the conference room. Everyone still nodded in agreement, and there was some applause. It was just a few scattered. But Zhou Jixi still smiled happily, because he was the boss and this was his territory. What does your unhappiness have to do with me? Unless you quit, sit down. After attending several NBA board meetings, Zhou also understood what kind of person the team owner was. After all, you can't expect the team to make too much money, so of course you have to add some of your own preferences to justify the price you spent so much money on. Compared to Sterling, the Clippers' stupid boss who brought women to meetings and brought women to the players' locker room, Whenever he was free, Zhou is really a good NBA boss, only good and not bad. After listening to the report in the meeting room, he didn't have much to do. Later, when big names joined, when the team held a press conference, he came out to give away jerseys and sign contracts, take photos and shake hands with the players, and take a few photos for reporters. The NBA trading market was opened on June 18th. On that day, the league's first trade this summer, the 76ers traded center D'Alembert to the Kings, and got Kings forward Noshani and center Spencer Hawes. At the same time, the Heat executed the third-year option in the contract of second-year guard Mario Chalmers. Then the Warriors also started to operate, trading with the Bucks, and the Bucks welcomed Magette. The Bucks sent this year's first-round draft pick number 27, and the second-round draft pick number 44 from the Warriors in exchange for swingman Magette. Magette played 70 times for the Warriors last year, including 49 starts, averaging 19.8 points per game. Since Salmons of the Bucks opted out of his contract, if he leaves the team, Magette will be able to fill his vacancy. Magette's contract still has 3 years, and about $30 million left. This deal can save the Warriors more than $30 million in his salary in 3 years, and about $10 million per year, while expanding their own salary space. Then, with the draft pick, the Warriors can sign and trade when signing the other two giants, increasing the chances of signing James and Bosh. Then the Warriors sought to trade Monterellis in the market, still not wanting the player, just the draft pick, or trading with the original team of James or Bosh. Anyway, this person is not wanted. The market is very turbulent now. Next, the Nets and the Wizards reached a trade agreement. The Nets sent Yi Jianlian and cash to the Wizards in exchange for Quinton Ross. The purpose of this move is also to clear the team's salary space. Yi Jianlian's salary next season will reach $4.05 million, while Ross is only $1.14 million. At present, the transaction has become a fact. The cash sent by the Nets is as high as $3 million. The Wizards are equivalent to picking up Yi Jianlian for free. TSK. It's really a good deal. Compared with Yao Ming, he is indeed a big gap. Zhou Jixi doesn't know when this guy will go to play basketball. Anyway, he will go back sooner or later. In addition, his ability is really average. Even if he implements the market strategy, he is not suitable for introduction. He looks good, but it's really a pity. The Warriors' trading actions in the market and the words of their big boss Zhou have clearly stated their attitude of wanting to sign James and Bosh. If Wade of the Heat didn't want to leave the Heat, they might want to consider this person as well. However, after this action was reported to the media, Zhou immediately became a character that was not welcomed by the Cavaliers fans. This Chinese American actually wanted to dig out their little emperor, which was simply a joke. The little emperor grew up in Cliff. Can you dig him out if you want? The local media blackened Zhou on this point, and even said that the little emperor was Cliff's son and would not leave here, so Zhou should give up this idea. And the Heat team, James will not leave. The little emperor's teammates even spoke out, believing that James will definitely stay in the team, and talked about the issue of his transfer, saying that this was ridiculous. But this is just the beginning, and other media will not follow the Cavaliers media. According to the report from CBS, it is said that after the end of this season, James is likely to jump out of the contract and become a free agent, although rumors about his transfer have long been rampant. However, the Cavaliers team reporter reported that there is still a great possibility that James will stay in the team, and James' teammates all believe that he will not leave the Cavaliers this year, so they feel it is ridiculous every time they talk about this topic in private. The Cavaliers team reporter also said that he was often surprised by the attitudes of those who were close to James towards the transfer. Among these people were teammates who had been with James day and night in the past few years, and those players he could talk to. They never talked about this topic publicly, and even if they did, they would not express their thoughts truthfully or completely, but when they talked about this topic privately, they could not help but roll their eyes and thought it was ridiculous. Especially the Cavaliers' top management, who have now begun to want to equip him with more powerful teammates to support him, thinking that James would not give up the championship lineup in his hometown to look for other teams. Similarly, James never answered this question directly. When a reporter asked him why he could avoid reporters' questions while his friend Anthony could not avoid the questions, James said, "The Cavaliers media is easier to deal with. The New York media is different from Cliff's. It's useless to say no." Zhou also read these reports the next day. The little emperor was talking nonsense. His people had already started to contact their agency CAA and prepared a team that was more advantageous than the heat. They had people, money, and market. You have to know that their boss is Chinese and his teammates are Chinese. In this case, James can obviously get more favor from the big Eastern market. Think about how many companies in the Fortune 500 are now in China. And those companies that want to get attention by waving golden tickets have more prospects in the Warriors than going to other teams. CAA and James himself are very tempted, but there is still time, and they have to think about it carefully. Bosch also followed his lead, but he had always wanted to win the championship as a team. Now the Warriors have Yao Ming as the center, plus now it's Ski. This combination is a great combination, which seems to be much better than going with Wade. What's more, if he comes to the Warriors, James may be the boss, but if he goes to the Heat, then Wade will definitely be the boss. Now the old players of the Warriors are almost all cleared out, and the remaining ones can't compete with them for the position of the boss. Yao Ming of China is easy to talk to, but now its Ski needs to be considered. In short, it is certain that the Warriors are more selective than the Heat. Zhou is badly criticized by a small group of people, but he is much more popular on the other side. The Chinese and Warriors fans in the San Francisco area have already cheered. This new boss is really amazing. He actually extended his magic hand to poach the star players of so many teams. First, he got Nowitzki from the Dallas Mavericks, and then Yao Ming from the Rockets. What is this rhythm? This is so awesome. Now they are poaching the star players of the Cavaliers and the Raptors. This is really amazing. His fans on Twitter, Facebook, etc. have experienced another leapfrog growth. They are about to reach more than 1.5 million, and they are increasing by thousands every day. Zhou can imagine that, as long as he signs these two people, he will also take advantage of the explosion. By then, maybe the number of fans will exceed 3 million. After benefiting from his reputation, Tomcat has also increased its users in batches. Many media, online commentators and reporters have also moved into Tomcat. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.